A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Ninth floor, please.
Okay.
Ninth floor, me too.
I gotta get $25,000.
Excuse me, please.
Just the two of us, huh?
Two of us?
Funny the way it goes. When I saw the ad, I thought there'd be 100.
I'm sorry, I don't...
Oh, come on now. Johnson and Growweiler's for a secretary, telephone girl, bookkeeper. $60.
What?
Oh, say, kid, you ain't exactly lightning, are you?
No, I guess I'm not.
It's all right. Sometimes I think you slow ones are the best off after all. The longer you take to do something, the more they think they're getting for their dough.
I'll have to remember that.
That's one of the things they never tell you in school. Just out, are you?
Oh, no, I've been out of school a year.
Never had a job, though, did you?
No, I never did. You see, I got...
Oh, I could tell in a minute. You're pretty, all right, but you kind of got that bewildered look.
No wonder I have. I'm just beginning to follow you.
Say, you don't have to get excited. Well, come on. We ain't going to get mink coats scabbing out here. What sort of an outfit do you think it is, anyway? Johnson and Growweiler. My last was a writer.
You worked for a writer?
Worked is right, honey. Do I look the type to do anything else?
Oh, I mean, I was just surprised to hear you worked for a writer. That's what I meant.
He wrote 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 3 years. He wrote them little balloons for the comic books.
Oh, I never thought anybody wrote those.
Oh, sure, honey. Oh, I know what you mean. He wasn't a very educated writer. His grammar was awful. You wouldn't have thought he'd gone to school at all.
I guess there are all kinds of writers.
I sure made a fool of myself when I first started with him. I used to fix up his grammar a little. Then he told me to stop. He didn't have no call for good grammar.
I suppose every job has little things that you've got to learn.
No, they sure do, honey. That's what I like about a new job. Figuring out for yourself what it is the people need and then trying to give it to them.
I bet you're awfully good at it, too.
There's lots worse than me. Say, honey, this ad calls for experience. What are you going to tell them?
But I don't really want to...
Tell you what, if they're ready to bite, you tell them you work for a writer, see, for 3 years. His name is Hamilton Niblo.
Hamilton?
Don't worry, I'll fix it with him if they check up.
Oh, but I couldn't do that. That's not right. It isn't fair to you anyway, and besides, you see, I really...
Here, honey, you got to view these things realistic. That's a nice word, ain't it? It was one of Niblo's favorite words. When he was talking, I mean. You ain't competing with me.
Well, that's terribly sweet of you. It's the nicest thing I've ever heard of anyone doing, but I just came up here to...
You talk an awful lot, don't you?
I'm trying to tell you that...
It's all right. I like people who talk a lot, but we ain't got the time right now, dearie. Now, look, anybody's going to hire you ain't going to hire me.
I don't see how you know all that when you haven't seen them.
Look, honey, in business, the only thing that counts is men. We women work, and the men count. Now, there are two kinds of men in business. The men who like business and the men who don't like home.
It's amazing how simple things are when you know all about them.
The men who like business would never hire you because you don't know nothing. Not now, anyway. And the men who don't like home won't hire me because I'm just what they don't like about
it. But they'd be making an awful mistake if they didn't, because I
still
think...
talking, ain't you? And I like that. Now, listen, I'm going in first to case the joint. Now, you wait right there, honey. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Carolyn, is Mr...
Well, Claudia, you're a breath of fresh air.
Oh, Roger, hello.
Hello, darling. Say, you look kind of breathless.
I am. I've just finished 3 years working for a writer named Hamilton Niblo. We've been filling all those funny little balloons in the comic books.
Bully for Mr. Niblo. An old friend?
Haven't even met him.
This sounds like a very long story. Maybe you'd better save it for lunch.
Oh, I know what that means. You're in the middle of a conference with Roger. I'll stay out of your way. Let me go talk to Caroline.
I'm afraid that isn't so easy. Carolyn is not here.
She isn't sick, is she?
Quite the contrary. She achieved the ultimate in health. She's having a baby.
She is. Catching.
A friend of Carolyn's was supposed to come in and take her place, but now she's changed her mind.
You mean you haven't any secretary at all?
I mean exactly that, and the tones of horror in your voice express my own reaction exactly.
David, what are you going to do?
We're going to get a new secretary from the agency.
And in the meantime, David and I have abandoned the drawing board for the switchboard.
I could have come down and answered the phone and done everything for you.
Darling, you're a mechanical genius, I know, and you've tamed the beasts of the jungles and the officers of the law, but you haven't got a chance with that switchboard.
David's cut himself off 3 times this morning, and as for myself, I have lost count.
But I am experienced. I worked for Mr. Niblo for 3 years.
Niblo. Who exactly is this human golf stick?
Probably some strange man my wife met in the elevator.
Darling, you're so almost right. I was coming up
Does
to the
Claudia
elevator.
talk to strange men, David?
If she really wants to start a conversation, she's been known to run them down in her car.
That isn't fair. It was an accident, and I didn't get a ticket like someone I know almost did.
I think it's a charming habit. I hope that sometime I'll be the strange man you run into.
That was sweet. Just for that, I will go inside and leave you two to hatch your plots or whatever it is you were doing a minute ago.
We were trying to dissect the switchboard. There's a good magazine on my desk, darling. I'll be with you in about 3 minutes.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse. I won't even...
David, don't let her watch us fumble with this phone. She'll never respect you again.
David, are you the kind of man who likes the office or the kind who doesn't like home?
I'm the kind who likes you.
Oh.
What brought on a question like that?
I met the most remarkable person. David, you need a secretary. She'd be simply...
David, there's that infernal instrument again.
I am going to get it this time.
You can see yourself. Goodbye. Have fun.
Hello. Hello. Oh, nothing happened.
Here, you pushed the wrong key.
Yes, I know that. And now, which is the right key? Hello?
You have to have the two of them pointing up the same way at the same time. Here.
I see. Hello? I know.
Yeah.
Which two?
Try those two over there.
All right. Hello?
Say, what do you think you have there, an egg beater?
This is a monster switchboard.
A monitor.
I use the word monster advisedly.
There is a telephone call somewhere inside it, only we can't seem to get it out.
Push down that one there and that one over there.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, Kelly. I'm sure you've been trying to... Yes. Oh, that's fine. That's splendid. Thanks. Goodbye. Well, that's a considerable improvement. Kelly thinks he'll be able to get the heating people on the job by next Monday.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yes. You certainly came in at an opportune moment.
Thanks. Now you better push that one back up again, flip this one over. Otherwise, next time you're going to cut yourself off again.
Why didn't someone tell us that a little earlier?
They shouldn't let you men near a switchboard and typewriters. All a man has to do is write 3 words on a typewriter, and he'll never be the same again.
I'm inclined to agree with you, madam, and I'm very grateful you happened along.
Oh, sure. Say, what happened to Johnson and Grauweiler down the hall? They put in an ad for a secretary, and when I hustled up there, the place is locked up tight, like a speakeasy after the cops. Say, this ain't a bad office you got. Nice view. But it sure is a mess.
It satisfies its purpose.
Don't you even put your coat on a hanger? These hooks are murder on coats.
You are hanging up my coat.
I could have used it for a dust rag.
You are moving our papers.
Please be careful with those. They're important.
Oh, sure they're important. Last Thursday's Times. You don't want that, do you? Here's your checkbook underneath it. I'll bet you've been looking for it all morning, ain't you? I knew it.
Really, young woman, we're perfectly able to take care of this office.
Oh, sure. Listen, mister, the man isn't born yet who could take care of an office. What's the matter with your girl? Is she sick?
She left us. She's having a baby.
We've asked the agency to send us a new secretary.
Killian and Norton. Nice names. What are you, draftsman?
I'm not sure whom this concerns, but we happen to be architects.
Oh, is that so? I never worked for an architect.
Well, it's a highly specialized profession. Isn't it, David?
Some of it is.
Don't tell me it's so specialized you don't like to make money.
Really, young woman?
I don't mean to be special, but as far as a secretary goes, nothing's very specialized. She's got to know who you don't want to speak to and how to write good letters, and she's got to like the people she's working for. I think I could get to like you.
You're a secretary? I'm awfully sorry, but we've already asked the H&D to send someone up. Besides, we can't afford to pay very much right now.
Oh, that's bad, but it ain't serious. The money don't matter as much as the way people feel about me.
I'm not altogether sure we could qualify under those terms. They're a trifle too mystical.
Killian and Norton, good morning. Mr. Killian? May I tell him who wants him? 1 second, please, and I'll look around for Mr. Killian. Which of you's Mr. Killian?
I am.
You want to talk to him, Mr. Kelly?
I certainly do.
Just a minute, please. Here's Mr. Killian now.
Hello, Kelly. Yes. Yes, we did get one in a hurry.
Well, Miss...
McBride.
McBride. When you say money isn't serious, how little does it have to be before it gets serious?
How much were you paying the last girl?
The last girl, 55.
Oh, but she's been working here for years, I know.
Yes.
I like this place. I like a place that's small, and I like to start with a couple of people who think they don't need me. I'm starting at 45.
50.
I said 45.
All right, you win. When will you start?
I'll be back right after lunch.
Well, I guess Killian and Norton have a new secretary, Miss McBride.
You got a lot more than that, Mr. Norton. You just wait and see.
That's right.
So long.
So long.
Yes. Okay, Kelly, I'll hear from you then. About the heating as soon as you find out yourself. Right. Goodbye. I see you got rid of her.
Miss McBride?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I got rid of her till after lunch.
How's that?
We have a new secretary.
You took her? That? Why, she isn't the type at all. We've never had such an aggressive person in here before. She'll stir everything all up. She'll put everything away where we can't find it. She'll do all
Roger, did you ever think maybe we need a little stirring?
Well, we hired her, but we don't have to keep her.
No, of course not, But we've got a hunch that she'll work out.
I'll believe it when I... There's Kelly again. Now, what did she say to do?
Here, you push these two up.
Hello. Now what, I've lost it again.
Claudia, ready for lunch?
Daddy, I just ate to death.
Hello. Oh, this infernal machine. Now what do I do?
Why did you push that one?
Everybody's an expert today.
I might as well try it. Hello. Hello, Kelly.
See, David, it takes a woman to run an office.
I gave up 10 minutes ago. We just hired a secretary.
Oh. Well, I wish you'd met the one I did in the elevator. She was marvelous.
Really?
She would have been a sensation.
Really? Well, ours is a sensation, too. You just wait till you see her.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. How differently you greet guests at different times. If there's plenty of Coke in the refrigerator, you beam in relaxed fashion, so your guests beam right back. They feel at home. And when you trot out that tray of ice-cold Coca-Cola, is it ever welcome? How's your supply? Better order a case so you can give your next guest a cordial welcome. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Today, tomorrow,
And always.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Quality distinguishes a man, and quality distinguishes a product. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Sold American. The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is New Year's Eve. Yes, New Year's Eve. The one time in the year when everybody should let their hair down.
Yes, sir.
Jackie said let it down, not take it off.
Oh, pardon me. Continue, Don.
So, in keeping with the spirit of New Year's Eve, I bring you a man who will get up at midnight, hang up his calendar, refill his hot water bottle, get back in bed again. Here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Playboy Benny, wishing you all a Happy New Year. Don, that was a funny introduction, and this being New Year's Eve, I'm not going to be mad at you. Of course, I'll hate myself in the morning. Yes, Don, here it is, New Year's Eve, and in just a few hours, it'll be 1945. 1945. Gosh, what I wouldn't give to be 19 again.
What you wouldn't give to be 45 again.
Mary, that's an easy joke if I ever heard one. But this is New Year's Eve. Then I'm not going to be mad at you, you know?
Thanks, Cookie.
You're welcome, Poopsie. Oh, hello, Phil. I didn't see you come in.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, I wanted to surprise you. Do you notice anything different about me?
Let's see, a new tie?
No.
New shirt?
No.
Oh, a new suit?
No.
Oh, what is it?
I'm wearing those lousy shoelaces you gave me for Christmas.
Phil, that is not the proper spirit, you know.
Well, Jack, I hate to bring this up, but you didn't think of me. You didn't give me anything for Christmas.
Oh, yes, Don. I ordered a nice gift for you, but it didn't get here yet. See, they're having a little trouble at Montgomery Ward. And listen, kids, now that you brought it up, that was a fine present you all chipped in and gave me. A gift certificate for a dinner at the Thrifty Drugstore. The meal was good, but I kept slipping off the stool all the time. Anyway, kids, Christmas is over, and after our program, I want you all to come over to my house and see the new year in. Boy, am I going to have fun.
Oh, sure.
What do you mean, oh, sure?
You'll have fun, all right. You'll drink 3 bottles of Coca-Cola, 2 7-Ups, and 1 Dr. Pepper. Then 10 minutes later, you'll put on a lady's hat and holler, yippee!
What?
Then you'll have 2 fingers of Dad's old-fashioned root beer, and Rochester will have to carry you up to bed.
What are you kids talking about?
You're the only one I ever saw that drinks champagne out of a spoon.
Now, listen, kids, I may be that way all year, but when it comes to New... Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you. I'm glad you got here, kid. It's time for your song.
Okay, but can I tell you about my New Year's resolution first?
Sure, kid. What is it?
Well, I made a resolution never to ask you for a raise unless you gave it to me voluntarily.
Well. Whatever made you think of that?
It's on page 84 of his contract.
It is not. Anybody that works for me can ask for a raise any time they want to. I can't help it if the government froze salaries.
You know, you're not a bad little refrigerator yourself.
All right, Phil, all right. But the next time you want a raise, ask for it yourself. Don't send Alice and the kids around. And where did they get those ragged old clothes? What a corny act they put on.
Say, Jack, getting back to resolutions, it wouldn't hurt if you made a few yourself.
Mary, I've already made a resolution. You'd be surprised if I told you what it is.
No kidding, Jackson. What is it?
Well, I made a resolution that from now on I'm going to be friends with Fred Allen and never say anything against him.
Ah, Jack, that's really swell. You're really being magnanimous after all the things Allen has said about you.
Oh, Don, it was all in the spirit of fun. Allen was a nice guy. Never meant those things. It was just for laughs.
Yeah, you're right, Jackson. But I'll never forget the laugh Allen got when he said you squeeze a nickel so hard you get milk out of the buffalo. He was sharp that night, I guess.
Oh, did Allen say that?
Yeah.
What a sense of humor, really.
And I'll never forget the time Alan said that you're so bow-legged and your girl is so knock-kneed. When you dance together, you look like a mixmaster.
What a sense of humor he used to have.
What do you mean, used to have?
Well, that guy's mentality is so low, he has to lie down to think.
Jack, your resolution.
And with those bags under his eyes, his face looks like an old pair of pants with the pockets inside out.
Jack, your resolution.
I've still got till 12 o'clock. Think, kid, will I think of some more? I hope I get some beauties before midnight, believe me.
With my light brown derby and my bright green tie and my hair all slick upon my head, I went to lose a lonely hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With her high starch collar and her light brown hair, she had such a gay and winsome air. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw her, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Thump, thump, thump went the brakes. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When she smiled, I could feel the car shake. I tipped my hat and took a seat. I said I hoped I hadn't stepped upon her feet. I asked her name and lost my breath. She looked so lovely that it scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As she started to leave, I took hold of her sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, she stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with her hand holding mine through the end of the
That was a trolley. Hey, it's a good live number there, Larry. That was a trolley song sung by Larry Stevens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom every year at this time, we will present our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 44, Hello 45. As most of you will remember, this is an allegorical fantasy that takes place...
Hey, Jackson, just a minute. What do you mean by allegorical fantasy?
Well, for instance, Phil, did you see Dumbo, the little elephant with the big ears?
No.
Did you see Ferdinand the Bull?
No.
Well, did you see the reluctant dragon?
No, I haven't had a drink in 3 months, Jackson. I'm trying to get away from stuff.
Well, I'm not going to explain it to you, Phil. You'll understand it as we go along. And that last thing you said is a lie anyway. Now, in our... not even in the script, I know. Now, in our fantasy, I will again play the part of the old year 1944, who has been living in a big boarding house called the United States, which is run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Hey, Jackson, am I going to play the part of Uncle Sam?
Yes, Phil, you'll wear a bright blue jacket with white stars on it and red and white striped pants.
And I'll lay 8 to 5 people who think I'm Bing Crosby.
Never mind. Now, Mary, you play the part of Columbia. You'll be Phil's wife, and you and Phil have 48 children.
Holy smoke, now they'll really think he's Crosby.
Let me explain it to you, Mary. Your children are the 48 states. You see, each state is a child.
Oh, Jack, how could I possibly have 48 children?
Mary, you were born in 1776.
Oh.
What are you laughing at?
I look pretty good for an old babe, don't I?
Not bad, not bad. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
You play a very important part in tonight's fantasy. You're going to be the world.
The world, huh?
Yes. And loosen your belt, Don. Your equator is strangling South America. And now, folks, this play will go on immediately.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Come here a minute. I want to show you something.
What is it?
Now, if I'm the world, then my chest must be the United States.
Uh-huh.
And right over here, a little to the southeast, is Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Right here? Oh, pardon me, Don. I didn't know my finger was cold. I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, Jack, this little town of Goldsboro is right in the heart of the tobacco country.
I know, Don, but we've got a play to do.
And it's here that they get those finer, lighter, golden leaves of tobacco and make them into Lucky Strike cigarettes.
Well, that's fine, Don, but you see,
and that's why that slogan, LSMFT, is so true.
But, Don, I can't see where that has anything to do with our New Year's play. You see, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
Yes, Jack, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Don, that happens to be a statement of fact, while our play is an allegorical fantasy. There's no connection.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Well, that's all right, Don, but don't bring it up again. Until next Sunday. Now, button up your shirt. Goldsboro's getting goose pimples there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our annual New Year's play will go on immediately after a music... Oh, darn it. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What is it?
You can bring your guests over any time you want. I just finished making the punch.
The punch? That's good.
But, boss, I lost your recipe, so I used mine.
What's your recipe?
Simple and direct. First you put in a gallon of grape juice, then you start pouring in the gin.
How much gin?
Till you can't taste the grape juice.
Oh, my goodness.
That ain't all. Then you start pouring in the bourbon.
Bourbon with gin? How much bourbon do you put in?
Till you can't taste the scotch.
Scott, what kind of a silly drink is that? Scotch, bourbon, gin, and grape juice. Get rid of it immediately.
Okay, I'll see if I can drain it out of the washing machine.
The washing machine, Rochester. I left my new shirt in there this morning.
I know, boss. I noticed it after I poured in the stuff.
Well, for heaven's sake, take my shirt out.
It's too late now. There's nothing left but the buttons.
Oh, Rochester, this is the worst yet. At least you can take out the buttons.
Oh, boss, they're so happy I hate to disturb them.
Well, I don't know what to say now, Rochester. Don't monkey with it anymore. I'll be home right after the broadcast.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Can I leave about 10 o'clock tonight? I'm going to a New Year's party, too.
No, Rochester. Every time you go to a New Year's party, you always stay out so late.
Oh, I'm going to be back early this year.
What time?
About Thursday.
Well, all right, Rochester. New Year's Eve. Enjoy yourself. But before you go, in fact, before I get home, I want you to empty that punch out of the washing machine. It's too dangerous to have in the house when you...
Don't worry, boss. As soon as I hang up,
I knew it. The punch exploded. Rochester, what happened? Rochester, are you hurt?
Not unless I make a bad landing.
A bad landing. Rochester, where's the punch bowl?
I don't know, but I'm over the Rose Bowl.
Oh, well, play, Phil. He'll be back after the break. Private Canteen, played by Phil Harrison as orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 44, Hello 45. As the curtain rises, it is almost midnight of December 31st, and old man 1944 is packing his bags and ready to make his exit. Curtain music. Oh, Columbia, come here a minute, please.
What do you want, 44?
Got to gather up my things before little 45 gets here. Hand me those, will you?
Are these yours?
Yep.
Why, old-timer Bobby socks.
Well, I've had my moments, you know. Now, let's see. Might as well pack those racetracks. They ain't going to be used for a while. See, there's Bay Meadows.
Here's Hialeah.
Yep. And here's Santa Anita. Say, I never knew they had a $10 window. And what else? Oh, yes, hand me that bundle of swing music, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks. I'm going to dance with the dolly, with the hole in her stocking, with the hole in her stocking, with the hole in her... Sloppy little dame, ain't she? Oh, clang, 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 went the trolley. A ding, 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 went the bell. Come in.
Hello, old-timer.
Oh, hello, Uncle Sam. Where you been the last few weeks?
Oh, I've been all over. I've been delivering Christmas presents to all my nieces and my nephews.
Well, Sam, you got here just in time to say goodbye to 1944.
Yep. In a few minutes, I'll be leaving you, and I'll never be back on Earth again.
Gosh, kind of feel sorry for you.
Why?
Now you'll never know what happened to Snowflake and Shaky.
That's right.
Say, Sam, I was looking for you yesterday. Where were you?
Well, I ran up the West Coast. I wanted to ask Henry Kaiser what's cooking.
Uh-huh.
And between what's and cooking, he launched 3 ships.
Well, you're getting the ship, Sam. Just get the men to sail them. You're all set. Well, I better finish my packing. Let's see. Maybe I ought to take along some of these moving pictures.
You want to take Going My Way? Everybody's seen it.
No, I better leave that. I want little 1945 to see it. With all the problems he's going to have, that picture will do him a lot of good.
Well, how about taking Jack Benny's new picture?
No, that's going to be one of his problems. Well, maybe I'd better...
Come in.
Well, howdy, everybody. Hi, old-timer.
Well, what do you know? It's the world come to say goodbye to me.
Yeah, I'll miss you, old-timer. Lots of things happened to me while you were here.
That's right, world. We had 365 exciting days, didn't we?
Yeah.
What you laughing at, world?
Remember last month when I burped and Tokyo had an earthquake?
Yep.
Say, world, your earthquake shook them almost as bad as my B-29s.
You're right, Sam.
Say, World, why don't you hang around till the lieutenant arrives?
Sure, stay a while, world. Sit down on the refrigerator, cool off your Arctic Circle. Say, Columbia.
Yes?
Tune in the radio. This will be my last chance to get a little entertainment.
Okay.
You're listening to another broadcast of Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. The next case is that of a man named Benito Mussolini, alias Il Duce. A sure way to identify this fugitive is to get him up on a high building and show him a balcony. If he steps out on the balcony and makes a speech, he's Mussolini. If he steps out and there is no balcony, let's hope so.
I wonder where he's hiding.
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about him. His troublemaking days are over.
Yeah, I'll get another station.
And now that you have answered the first one correctly, would you like to try the $2 question?
Yeah.
The $2 question is a simple one. Oh, by the way, what is your name?
My name is Adolf Hitler, but for $2 you can call me Schickelgruber.
All right, Adolf. Would you like to try the $4 question?
Yeah.
You will be
Nobody asked you, Gering.
Please, no coaching from the audience. Now for the next question. Tell me, Adolf, who won the Battle of Stalingrad?
Germany.
I'm sorry, that's the wrong answer.
Wrong! Schweinhund, you call me wrong? Adolf Hitler can't be wrong. I'm always right. Heil Hitler! Heil myself! Verbluten, Droden, Dammkopf, und Noten!
Adolf, stop chewing up the rug.
I know what you are thinking. You are thinking that because I chew up rugs, I am crazy. I am not crazy. I am Adolf Hitler. I am one of the greatest. Whoa!
Get another station, Columbia. Schickelgruber seems to have lost control of himself.
Okay, old-timer.
And now, Mr. Anthony, we have the case of Mr. H.
All right. Will Mr. H step up to the microphone? Your name, please.
My name is Hirohito. I live in Imperial Palace, which is located in what is left of Tokyo.
And you have a problem?
Yes, Mr. Anthony. I went into partnership with a German in a war. First, we was winning. Now we are losing. Almost every day, the big 29 fly over Tokyo. And now I wish I had never listened to that German, that no good son.
No names, please. Now get on with your problem.
Well, my problem is this. If I have the world's greatest army, and the world's greatest air force, and the world's greatest navy, then please tell me, Mr. Anthony.
Yes?
Why in the name of Nagasaki am I getting the sukiyaki knocked out of me?
I'll tell you why, Hirohito. Because you and your whole gang are a bunch of dirty, no-good...
No names, please. No names.
Yes, Hirohito, you have a problem. But it's of your own making, and I cannot nor would I give you any advice, any consolation, or any hope for the future. And if you'll excuse the expression, scram, bum!
That's telling him? Turn it off, Columbia. Shut it off. Doggone, look at that clock. Just got my duds together in time. That's the first stroke of 12. Wonder what's keeping the new tenant.
Don't worry, he'll show up. He always does.
Say, here's a tip for you, Sam. You worked hard during the time I was here, and you did a good job. But I want you to work even harder for the little fellow that's coming in.
Well, don't you worry, old-timer. I'm really rolling now.
Time's a-fleeting, but I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yeah. Come in. Well, it's the little new year. Hello, Sonny.
Hello, old-timer. Isn't he cute? Just look at the size of him.
Yeah. Bet he doesn't weigh much more than Sinatra. What's that you got under your arm, Sonny?
Some forms I'm going to try awfully hard to get signed this year.
Yeah? What are they?
Well, here's the most important one. It says, how do you pronounce these big words?
Let's see it. Oh, that says unconditional surrender. Well, I hope you get them signed darn soon. Hey, kid, I want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, Bub. You ought to have a coat on with them diapers. It's pretty chilly tonight.
Yeah, I sure was cold the first night I got here. Say, Bub, I almost forgot. This is the World. Want you to meet him, too.
Hello, son.
Hello. Do you the World, huh?
Yes, sir.
Gosh, there's enough room on him for everybody.
Well, there should be, but there are a couple of fellas that are trying to hog it all. They ain't never satisfied. Now, sit down, Sonny. I want to show you my album. A few pictures I took while I was here. Now, here's a family picture of a bunch of Uncle Sam's nephews.
Say, they all look alike, don't they?
Well, they do in those uniforms, but let me tell you something, Sonny. They're doing a great job, and you can be proud of each and every one of them.
What are their names?
Well, I don't know them all, but there's a fellow named Jones. Here's another one here, O'Reilly. There's a kid called Spinelli. Right next to him, see that colored boy there?
Mm-hmm.
His name's Johnson. Right in back of him, that's Lopez. Right alongside of him is a fellow named Ginsburg. And the fellow way over on this end here is Peterson. All good Americans. Now, Sonny, here's a picture of another group of Uncle Sam's nephews. Now, these boys felt just like you did. You know, about the world being big enough for everybody. These boys, just like the others, went out to do something about it.
Gee, they look like the kind of fellows that would do a good job.
They did more than a good job. Too bad they can't come back tell you about it. And listen, Sonny, one of your jobs is not to forget what they did. And here's something else you don't want to forget.
What's that, sir?
Well, you got to see that Sam's nephews and nieces here at home stay on their jobs. Keep giving blood to the Red Cross. And never stop buying bonds until you get that paper signed. You know, the one you brought with you.
Yes, sir.
And another thing.
Say, old-timer, you better get moving.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't rush me. Oh, by the way, son, Uncle Sam's got a nephew called Franklin that's been taken mighty good care of. Ain't he, Sam?
Darn tootin'.
So keep an eye on him, son, and give him all the help you can.
Franklin, eh? I'll write that down.
Well, my time's almost up. Gotta be leaving now. Goodbye, Junior.
So long, Pop.
Goodbye, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Well, here I go.
Goodbye, 44.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Race.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette, and the tobacco used in Lucky Strike cigarettes is fine tobacco. Witness independent tobacco experts, men like Mr. Charles W. Jenkins of Bowling Green, Kentucky, who said,
"As a warehouseman, I have seen Lucky Strike by the lighter, naturally milder tobacco. And so I have been smoking Lucky's for 24 years.
The next time you buy cigarettes, remember Mr. Jenkins' statement. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers are on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At $45, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Good night. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night we will be broadcasting from New York City. So let's go to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where he's busy preparing for the trip.
East side, west side, all around the town. I wonder if the little flowers' leaves are turning brown. La 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 la. Sweet Georgia Brown.
Oh, boy, New York. Bright lights, Broadway. So much excitement in New York. Subways, taxicabs, people rushing around. That's where you see all the old vaudeville acts. Powers, Elephants, Sharky the Trained Field, Fink's Mules, Fred Allen. Let's see now. I'll cash a check when I get to New York, but I'll need some money on the train. Better figure out how much I'll need. See, there'll be 9 meals in the diner at 50 cents a meal. That's $4.50. Maybe I should get Rochester to pack some sandwiches. Nah, how often do you go to New York? Besides, you get jelly all over the berth. Anyway, 9 meals at $4.50. Yeah, that'll cover it nicely. But to be on the safe side, I'll take $5. I better get it out of the safe now. That door is heavy enough, huh? Oh, who goes there? It's only me, Ed. It's okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
How have you been, Ed?
Oh, fine. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Who won the election?
Okay, Ed, you have a nice Christmas?
Yes. Quiet, but nice.
Good. Oh, Ed, I just want to open my safe for a minute.
Oh, yes, sir. Shall I turn my back?
No, it's all right. Now, let's see. The combination of the safe is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. I forgot to turn off the alarm. Now, let's see. Oh, there's a loose $5 bill. Yep, that's all I'll need. So long, Ed. I'll see you in the spring. Take it easy.
So long.
Well, that takes care of that. Now, if I can get finished packing here. So...
Oh, it's you, boss. I heard your burglar alarm go off, so I rushed right in from the garage.
Oh, you mean you can hear it way out there?
Hear it? Everybody in Beverly Hills is digging a foxhole.
Well, I like to be on the safe side. Anyway, I'm glad you came in, Rochester. I want you to finish packing my trunk.
Yes, sir. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I packed your toupees in that hat box.
My toupees?
Yeah, I put in the blonde one, the dark one, the curly one, and the two with the pearl lining.
Good.
Do you want to take the one with the cowlick?
The cowlick?
Yeah, you know, the one you say makes you look like Van Johnson.
No, never mind that one. I'll be associating with an older crowd in New York. By the way, Roger, you finished your own packing?
I didn't do any packing. I'm traveling light this year.
Light?
Yeah, 1 pair of shoes, 2 pairs of shorts, 3 pairs of socks, and 4 pairs of dice.
Right, I should have known. I suppose you think you're going to New York and clean out the town.
I sure am, boss. But I'll admit Wall Street has me a little worried.
What do you mean?
Well, I can bring back the money myself, but how am I going to move those buildings?
Now, you're just being silly. Look, Rochester, get my suits out of the closet. Go ahead, Rochester. I'll answer the door. Oh, hello, Larry. Why aren't you home packing?
Oh, I'm packed already. I just came over to see if I could help you.
Oh, I'm getting along all right, kid.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I'm all excited. I've never taken such a long trip before.
Oh, you'll love New York. Now, won't he, Rochester?
Yes, sir, especially this time of year.
Yeah, and don't forget, Larry, we changed at Chicago.
Oh, I won't have to. I've got mine on already.
Larry, I mean we changed trains. That's where we get off the Chief and take the 20th century.
Oh.
Say, kid, what are you going to sing on our first program in New York? Got it all set?
Yes, would you like to hear it, Mr. Benny?
Yeah, I want to see if it's okay. Oh, hold it a minute, kid. There's the phone. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil. I'm busy packing. Are you packed yet?
Well, I would be, but my laundry hasn't come back. My shirts and things.
Well, for heaven's sake, we're leaving in 2 hours. Haven't you any other shirts?
No, those were the only ones I had.
Oh, well, that's different. Rochester, let everything else go and finish ironing Mr. Harris's shirt. Hurry it.
But, boss, you promised Miss Stanwyck you'd get her stuff out first.
Miss Stanwyck can wait. This is an emergency. All right, Phil, we'll bring it to the station.
Okay, see you later, Jackson. I'll meet you on the shelf.
That's the Chief. The Chief. That's the name of the train.
I know. I pulled a switch. Oh, Harris, you curly-headed clown. What keeps you from going high at you, boy?
Because you can't get a high hat on a low brow. Now, goodbye. Okay, Larry, let's hear that song you're going to do, will you, kid?
Give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you, please, don't fence me in, just turn me loose. Let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western stars. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences. Gaze at the moon till I lose my senses. Can't look at harbors and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. I want to wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences. Gaze at the moon until I lose my senses. Can't look at hovels and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
That's well, Larry. That song will be fine for next week's program. Larry, I'll meet you at the Santa Fe station a half hour before our train leaves.
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, when you're on this march at Dimesville, you want me to go along and sing?
Oh, sure, kid. I was depending on you. Now, run along and I'll see you later.
Okay. Bye.
So long, Larry. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
As long as we're going on this tour, do you think I should take my violin to New York?
You do, and they'll run you up that tree that grows in Brooklyn.
They will not. Now go upstairs and get my violin.
Okay.
Come in.
Pardon me, are you Mr. Benny?
Yes.
My name is Wimby, Malcolm Wimby.
Uh-huh.
I heard you were going out of town for a while, and I thought maybe you'd rent me your house.
Rent my house? No, I don't think so.
But gee, Mr. Benny, I haven't had a place to live since I got here. The hotels are crowded, and you can't get an apartment, and they're always painting the benches in the park.
Well, look.
Last night I even tried to sleep on a streetcar.
And you couldn't sleep, huh?
I couldn't. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
What?
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Look.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Went the buzzer?
No, the guy next to me was snoring.
Oh, well, look, fella.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I gotta find a place to live. I ain't got no place to sleep.
Well, I'd like to rent you my house, Mr. Wimbish, but I'll be back in just 2 months.
Well, that's all right. I ought to be awake by then.
Well, under the circumstances, okay, I'll rent you the house.
Thanks. I'll look around and see if I like it.
Well, just wander through the house. If there's anything you don't like, let me know.
That I will.
Doggone it, with all these interruptions, I'll never get finished packing.
Oh, say, boy.
Rochester, did you find my violin?
Not yet. I looked every place.
Well, did you look in the violin case?
Uh-huh. I opened the case and all I found was 4 strings and a fat termite.
What? A termite ate my violin?
Not only that, when I peeked in, he spit the bridge at me.
Rochester, that's a big fib, and you go. No, now go and find my... Now go find my violin. Now what is it? Come in. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm Pauline, Miss Livingston's maid.
Yes, I know.
Well, I came over to tell you that Miss Livingston has a bad cold, so instead of meeting you at the house, she's going right to the station and get on the train.
Oh, Miss Livingston has a cold? That's too bad. Did you rub something on her chair?
I tried to, Mr. Benny, but she's ticklish.
Oh, well, what about the doctor?
He's ticklish, too.
No, Pauline, I meant, what did the doctor say about her cold?
Well, he said she could go to New York as long as she got right in her berth and stayed there.
Oh, well, thanks for coming over and telling me.
You're welcome. Mr. Benny.
Yes? What is it, Pauline? What is it?
Well, Miss Livingston didn't have room for all her things, so she wants you to cook this. In your suitcase.
This?
Yes.
Well, Pauline, I don't want to taste that. I mean, suppose my suitcase falls open, people will see it. I mean, what will they think?
Well, they could think it's yours.
Mine don't have those clips for the stocking. Now, Pauline, you better run down to the train. Miss Livingston may meet you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Pauline! Oh, she took a girdle with her. Good.
Hey, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, yes.
I looked around the house and it looks pretty good. But tell me, do you have any mice?
Mice? Well, I have to admit that we do have a few.
Good. I hate to live alone.
Oh.
I'll go look at some of the other rooms now.
Yes, make yourself at home. He's a democratic sort of a guy, isn't he? Say, Rocket, I just happened to think of something. I've got to make some speeches at several banquets, so I better take along my tuxedo.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Well, I was pressing your pants, and I think I left the iron on a wee bit too long.
Well, look, maybe I can wear my... Oh, just when I'm in a hurry. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Look, Don, I'm trying to get packed. What is it?
Oh, I got some terrible news for you.
What? What is it?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but yesterday I lost the money you gave me for the railroad tickets.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we leave in less than an hour. Did you put an ad in the paper?
Well, yes, Jack. I went down as soon as it happened. I wrote out an ad that said, Lost Saturday. Money for tickets for the Jack Benny Show on the Santa Fe Chiefs in New York.
Well, good.
But the newspaper said it was too long, so I cut it down to Lost Saturday, Money for Tickets.
Lost Saturday, money for tickets. Well, that's all right.
So long, Jack.
Imagine scaring me like that. But then Don's kind of cute in his fully packed way, I guess. Rochester, you better start taking out the bags. We got to leave right now.
Okay, boss, okay.
I'll just put on my tie and my coat, and then I'll be ready in almost any time now.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yes, I forgot about you.
I looked around the house, and I liked it all right. But in the kitchen, I turned the faucets on, and the hot water runs cold, and the cold water runs rusty.
Rusty? You're in California, Bob. That's orange juice. Now, here's the key. Come on, Rochester. Let's go.
station is crowded. Rochester.
Yeah, boss.
Put on your red cap and carry my bags to the train, will you? I gotta meet my gang.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Gee, we're all supposed to meet here at the information desk. Oh, there they are. Hey, Phil, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hiya, Jackson. Say, fellas, Mary went right to the train. She's got a cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, what are you carrying there under your arm?
Well, I heard it was pretty cold in New York, and I want to be on the safe side.
But Jackson, a smudge pot.
Well, I'm not taking any chances, you know.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Does anybody want to go to Anaheim, Azusa, or Cucamonga?
Say, John, have you got all the tickets?
Well, not quite, Jack. At the last minute, Phil said he needed an extra one.
Phil, who are you sneaking on this trip with you?
Well, it's Frankie, my guitar player. I got to take him along on account of the magazine.
The magazine?
Yeah, he reads to me.
Oh, for goodness sake, now I have to buy another ticket.
Hi, Jack. Where you been? Ain't seen you around.
What? Oh, hello. Hello.
Who was that, Jackson?
Oh, he's a racetrack tout that used to hang around Hollywood Park, you know. Well, I'll meet you later, fellas. Now, let's see. The ticket window ought to be...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Oh, come on. Somebody must want to go to Anaheim, Cucamonga.
Now, let me see. The ticket window ought to be...
Jack. Jack, come here a minute.
Huh? Oh, it's you again. What is it?
I didn't want to say anything while you were with your friends there, but where you going?
New York.
What train you taking?
The Chief. Why, what's the matter?
Take the El Capitan.
But I like the Chief.
Come here now.
Yeah?
And take my tip, Bud. The El Capitan will beat the Chief in the Kansas City by 3 lengths.
What?
According to yesterday's performance, it can't miss.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I'm taking the Chief.
Look, come here a minute.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to the engineer who's riding El Capitan, and he tells me that today she's ready.
Well, I don't know.
And look at the breeding. El Capitan is by 20th Century out of Golden State Limited.
Well, thanks for the tip, but I'm going to stick to the Chief.
Why?
Come here a minute. Don't noise this around, see?
No.
But I found out the Chief is a sleeper. Now, so long, fella.
Okay. So long.
Now, let's see. The ticket window should be...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Look, we're not asking much. 2 of you, or even 1 of you. Just somebody to keep the engineer company.
Here's the ticket window. Oh, pardon me. Are you the ticket clerk?
So what do you think I am in this cage, a canary?
Don't get huffy about it. All I want is a ticket on the Chief.
Oh. Would you like the $60 ticket or the $140 ticket?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, with the $140 ticket, you ride inside.
Well, naturally, I want to ride on the inside. After all, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You're not as young as anybody used to be.
Now, don't get fresh. All I want is a ticket to New York.
Return trip?
No, one way.
Good.
Now, cut that out and stop wasting time. I have to get to New York by Thursday.
I'm sorry, but our trains are all booked up.
Well, think, man. Think there must be one train that has room for me.
Leaving on track for Look, there are 5,000 people in this station. Isn't there somebody, anybody, volunteers? Please. I'm fired if I don't get somebody on the train for Anaheim and
Look, clerk, I waited here long enough. You've just got...
Well, you're in luck, Blue Eyes. I found one ticket on the cheap.
Good, I'll take it.
The chief, leaving for New York. Over.
Hurry up, will you, clerk? Thanks. I'm coming.
Train on track 5 for Anaheim and Cucamonga. And just been canceled.
I'm coming, fellas. I'm coming. Wait for me.
Hey, Jackson, we're moving. Hurry up.
I'm coming. Wait for me.
Well, Jack Benny will be back in just a minute. Men, do you have a little drip in your gas tank? Does your motor idle its way through half the day? And how about that hose with the runny nose? Well, here's my good friend, Jerry the Mileage Medic, with an answer to some of your problems.
Yep, gasoline waste is a pretty serious matter, because every mile nearer Berlin and Tokyo is another mile added to our supply routes. And each one of those miles takes more precious gas. Use as much gas as you need, but do the easy things to prevent wasting more than you need. Handle blitz cans and drums with a little care. Don't idle motors when they should be shut off. And you might look me up, too. You see, my real name is Jerry Can Adapter.
Pauline, how's Miss Livingston?
Oh, she's fine.
Can I go in the compartment and see her?
Well, she's asleep right now.
Oh, well, I'll see you later. Say, conductor.
Yes, sir.
How long before we get to San Bernardino?
Oh, it'll be about 2 hours, sir.
2 hours? Why so long?
First, we got to go through Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, that guy got his way anyway. Good night, folks.
Radio Service.
Fit Company, makers of Fit Shampoo, presents The Fit Bandwagon. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tipley, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Robert North, Walter Scharf and his music, and starring Alice Faye and Bill Harris. $42 prizes this week for you. Just tell why you like Fit Shampoo. There's only one more Big Fit contest. To introduce Fitch's new cream shampoo, and for those who use dandruff remover shampoo, we are sponsoring the last of 4 contests. Prizes include one new Fraser Manhattan sedan, one new Kaiser sedan, 5 Universal Electric ranges, 3 Amana home freezers, 2 Voss electric washing machines, 30 Universal electric blankets. Easy to enter, easy to win. Get paper and pencil ready. We'll give contest rules and address now and repeat again later in the program. Here's all you do. In 25 additional words or less, complete one of these statements. I like Fitch's dandruff remover shampoo because, or I like Fitch's clean shampoo because. That's all. To each entry, attach the round paper disc from top of Fitch's cream shampoo jar or carton top from Fitch's dandruff remover shampoo or facsimile. Mail with your name and address to Fit Shampoo, Box 1723, Chicago, Illinois. There's plenty to write about. Fitch's cream shampoo leaves hair far softer, shinier. It's made with both lanolin and olive oil. Lanolin to soften, olive oil to bring out sparkling highlights. 42 prizes this week for you. Just tell why you like Fit Shampoo. In the current November issue of True Story magazine, you can read the true story of the home life of Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This article is proving of particular interest to Phil's sponsor, the Fitch Company. As we look in, we find Mr. F.W. Fitch about to address a few members of his staff.
Gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, we voted Phil Harris 1 share of stock in our company. Right, J.R.?
Right,
At the time, we thought it advisable. At the time, we thought it advisable to hold it in trust. Right, Mr. Beam? That's right, Mr. Fitz. We held it in trust because we felt that Harris is irresponsible and might misuse the stock. Well, according to this true story article, we've misjudged Mr. Harris. The article says Phil Harris is a fine, upstanding citizen who never stays out late, gambles, or drinks.
Which Phil Harris are they talking about?
Quiet, J.R. It also says that he's very devoted to his lovely wife, Alice Faye.
Alice Faye.
Alice Faye. Well, gentlemen, let's get back to work. The article goes on to say that Mr. Harris is a homebody and a gentleman with fine, cultured friends.
But, F.W., how do we know Harris is everything this article says he is?
That's why I'm sending you to Hollywood, Bean. I want you to spend the day with the Harrises and check on them.
Very well, sir. If I leave today, I can arrive there on Sunday.
Good. And if you find Mr. Harris a trustworthy individual, you'll forward him his stock. Good luck, Bean. When you arrive in Hollywood, give Mr. Harris my regards. And, there's one other thing.
Yes, sir?
When you get there, just baby a little kiss for me, will you? And now we take you to the Harris home. It's Sunday morning, and Alice is reading the new two-story magazine article to Phil. He has a swell article about it, honey. Hey, what else does it say about me?
It says Phil is a very charming, soft-spoken man. His only weakness is his passion for loud clothes. He is not a conservative dresser.
Now, how do you like that? A guy has one lousy red suede suit, and he ain't conservative.
Well, you must admit you are a flashy dresser. Look at what you're wearing now.
Well, what's wrong with what I'm wearing? It's a very simple sports outfit. Green and orange plaid jacket, purple polka dot shirt, baby blue slacks, and yellow shoes. That ain't so loud. In fact, I feel there's something missing. What do you think it needs to set it off?
Leave it alone. It'll explode by itself. Oh, here's a part of the article I like, Phil. They point out what a wonderful family we are and how happily married we've been.
Gee, honey, it's easy to be happy when a guy's married to a sweet little girl like you. You gorgeous little blonde you.
Get along with your blondie, Harris, or you'll be after spoiling the lights to me.
Thank you, Barry Fitzgerald. But seriously, you want to know something, honey?
May I come in? Oh, it's my brother. Come on in, William.
Hello, Alice. Good morning, Philip. Oh, my, I thought I'd never get here. The traffic was simply awful. Things like that just upset me terribly.
Thank you, Billy Bird.
William, did you see that wonderful article about us in the True Story magazine?
Yes, I read it, and I like the way they handled it. They mentioned all your good qualities, Alice, and they skipped over all of Philip's bad ones.
What do you mean? What bad qualities have I got?
Well, for one thing, you're the most irresponsible man I've ever met. You don't take anything seriously.
Well, that's only because I'm young and carefree. After all, I'm only 22, and I don't know my own mind.
You don't know your own age, either.
Philip, you're so irresponsible. I don't know why Alice ever married you.
Now, just a minute, William. Phil may have a few faults, but I think he's a wonderful guy. I like what the article said about him.
Oh, Alice, the only thing I found true about Philip in the whole story was the fact that he's very unhandy around the house. He's incapable of fixing the slightest little thing.
Who's not handy? I'm always fixing things like lamps, leaky faucets, and tell him what I did last week, Al. No, maybe you better not tell him that.
What did he do last week, Alice?
Well, he installed an electric eye in the driveway that was supposed to close the garage door.
Well, does it work?
Not exactly. He got the wires crossed, and instead of closing the garage door, it keeps opening the bathroom window.
All right, so I made one little mistake on that, but I can fix anything else around the house.
I wish that were true, so you could fix that closet door in the entrance hall. The children are always getting stuck in there. They can't open it from the inside.
Okay, I'll show you I can fix it, and I'll do it right now. All I need is a screwdriver, a pair of pliers, a hammer.
And a carpenter.
Look, Roll Top, will you get out of here, please? Beat it, will you? Get lost.
All right.
Go figure up something, will you?
I'm going. See you later, Alice. Goodbye, Philip.
Goodbye, Philip. One of these days I'm going to fricassee that little bandy rooster. Look, I'm going to get the tools out and fix that closet door.
Oh, please don't, Phil. You know you won't be able to do it.
I'll show you I can do it. Gee whiz, Alice just don't appreciate me. Nobody does. Now, let me see. If I hammer this lock a little, that ought to loosen it up. I'll show them I can fix this. Then maybe they'll stop picking on me. Why is everybody always finding fault with me? Why do people have to pick on other people? What is this curse that makes the universe so all bewildering? What is the hoax that just provokes the folks they call God's children? What is the jinx that gives a body and his brother and everyone around the runaround?
Everyone to run around. Everyone to run around.
Necessity.
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 That most unnecessary thing, necessity.
How unnecessary.
What grows among friends of fellas' good intentions. That nasty old invention. Necessity. Brother, you so right.
My feet wanna dance in the sun.
My head wants a rest in the shade.
The Lord says go out and have fun, but the landlord says,
man, you rent ain't paid. Necessity.
Necessity.
It's plain to see.
It's plain to see.
What a lovely old world this silly old world could be.
World could be.
But man, it's all in a mess, the town of necessity.
All right, not to drink for a roof.
And love not to be flat on your pants.
And thin lane to ride in the soup.
Yes, but nothing knocks you harder than necessity.
You mean he's
That's right, brother. Necessity.
There's nothing lower than less.
Unless it's necessity.
Necessity.
How low can you get? Now, there, that ought to do it.
Phil, I wish you'd forget that door. You'll only make it worse.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you want to know something, it's all fixed. Oh, now, who's that at the front door? Yeah? What do you want?
My name is Albert Dean. I represent the...
Oh, one of them door-to-door salesmen, huh? We don't want none, Bob. Get out.
You don't seem to understand. I was sent here by Mr. F.W. Fix, the sponsor.
I don't care. My sponsor? Oh, well, that's different. I didn't realize. Come in, Mr. Bean. Come in. Please come in.
Put me down, Harris. I'm capable of walking in by myself.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Bean. I'm so flustered. You know, I didn't expect you. You took me by surprise. And, you know, oh, look, I want you to meet my wife, Alice.
How do you do, Mr. Boone?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Harris? I hope I'm not intruding on your Sunday at home, but I was sent by the Fitch Company.
Yes, sir. F-I-C-C-H. Oh, what a beautiful word, Mr. Bean. What a wonderful product.
Yes, we're proud of all our products.
Well, you should be. It's great for the hair.
Yes, it really gives it a nice luster sheen.
Oh, it's positively sensational.
Well, let's not just stand here. Let's all go upstairs and shampoo each other's hair.
Well, I didn't come here to discuss the product, really. I'm here about the article in the two-story magazine.
Oh, yeah. That was a nice article, wasn't it? Of course, I thought the picture they ran with the article wasn't very flattering to me. You see, I forgot to put my rag curlers in on the night before, and my hair was just a mess.
I understand. My wife has the same trouble. As I started to say, Mr. Fitch sent me to verify that article, and if you're all that it says you are, I'm to recommend that you receive your Fitch Company stock immediately.
Hey, did you hear that, Alice? They're going to give me my stock. Oh, look, I assure you, Mr. Bean, that you'll find everything in that article is true, except, one thing. They said I wasn't handy around the house, but that's not so because I just fixed the lock on the closet door here just now.
Really? Well, how'd you do it? I have a lock at home that needs fixing.
Oh, it's simple. I just fixed the spring on the inside by Why, I'll tell you. Get in the closet and I'll show you what I mean.
I'll take you.
No, go on. Get in the closet. It'll only take a minute. I want to show you how it works.
All right. Stop pushing. I'll get in.
All right, now good. Now look, now I'll just shut the door. Now you see, Mr. Bean, before I fixed it, you couldn't open it from the inside, but now all you have to do is just turn the knob. Go ahead, turn it.
Harris, I hate to tell you this, but it still doesn't open from the inside. Open it from your side.
Oh, all right. Mr. Bean.
What?
I hate to tell you this, but now I can't open it from the outside either.
Let me out of here.
Oh, Harris does it again. Bill, for goodness sake, do something. Get him out of that closet.
Get me out of here.
Okay, Mr. Bean, take it easy. I'm trying to get it open. Now, don't get angry. I'm doing everything I can.
Oh, Harris, you clumsy oaf.
Oh, the lock must be strong, Phil. You never get him out. I'll go and call the locksmith.
Well, all right. Tell him to hurry over. Hey, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Bean. We're getting a locksmith.
Well, hurry up. I'm getting asphyxiated in here.
You are?
He doesn't look like the kind of a guy who'd ever touch this stuff.
Hey, Mr. Bean, don't worry. We'll have you out of there in no time. Uh-oh. Excuse me. It's the doorbell.
Never mind the door. Get me out of here.
Well, in a minute. First, I got to see who's at the door. Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Look, I'd ask you in, Frank, but I can't right now.
Why not?
I've got a sponsor in my closet.
You got a spot?
Oh, brother, this guy's been riding with the top down again.
What's the matter with you? You sound like you got bats in your belfry.
They're noisy little rascals, ain't they?
Please, look, Frankie, I'm serious. I'm on the level about this sponsor.
Yeah. I wish your sponsor was in that closet. I'd tell him off. Those guys have been promising you stock for a long time, but they never sent it. I don't think they're going to. I think they're nothing but a bunch of chiselers. Chiselers! Let's get out of the hall, Curly. There's an echo in this joint.
Quiet, will you, Frankie?
I won't keep quiet. I got an idea. Look, why don't you sue that cheap shit company for $1 million?
They're not a cheap company. They're wonderful. Wonderful.
Frankie, will you listen? My sponsor, Mr. Bean of the Fish Company, is locked in that closet.
So what? I can't think of a better place for a sponsor. Listen, will you stop the clowning? He's in that little small closet with no air, and I don't even hear him anymore.
Frankie, do you think he's unconscious? I don't know. With a sponsor, it's hard to tell. Nice, upright, honest, cultured friends you have, Mr. Harris.
Hey, Curly, there's somebody in that closet.
Yeah, Phil. I can't get a locksmith any place. Oh, hello, Frankie.
Yeah.
It's Sunday and all the locksmiths are closed.
Oh, closed. Now, how are we going to get this lock open? Oh, I can get you somebody to open that lock. I'll go get Pete Nolan. Be right back.
Is he a locksmith?
The best in the business. So long, Curly. I'll be right back. Hey, Beam. Yes? Don't go away.
Oh, Phil, you got yourself in the darndest mess.
I know I do, honey. I guess I'm just a jerk. Your brother was right. I don't know why you ever married me. I'm always doing something stupid, and people are always laughing at me.
Now, wait a minute. Don't take it so much to heart. People are always ready to laugh at somebody else. Just remember, they all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound. They all laughed at Wilbur and his brother when they said that man could fly. They told Marconi why I said the phony. It's the same old cry. They laughed at me, wanting me, that I was reaching for the moon. But you came through. Now they'll have to change their tune. They all said we never could be happy. They laughed at us in high. But ho, 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 who's got the nice last mile? They all laughed at Rockefeller Center. Now they're fighting to get in. They all laughed at Whitney and his cotton gin. They all laughed at Percy and his steamboat Hershey and his chocolate bar. Ford and his Lizzie kept the laughing Susie. That's how people are. They laughed at me, wanting you. Said it would be hello, goodbye. Goodbye. Now they're eating humble pie. They all said we'd never get together. Darling, let's take a bow. Who got the last laugh? I got the last laugh. We got the last laugh.
A fine change. I'm dying in here and you're out there singing.
Oh, Phil, Mr. Beam is awfully mad. You'd better try to pacify him until Frankie gets back at the locksmith.
Okay, I'll try to calm him down by being nice to him. Mr. Beam. What do you want, you slithering idiot? He ain't cooperating. Look, Beamsy, is there anything I can get you? Would you like some lunch? How can you get naught to me when I'm locked in this closet? Oh, it's easy. Alice will make some soup and I'll pour it under the door.
Well, keep quiet. Your suggestions will only make things worse.
Harris, wait till I tell FW what kind of people you are.
Oh, but Mr. Beam, we're really nice people. We have a wonderful home life and we're very happily married and... Oh, excuse me while I answer the door. Oh, it's you, Julius.
Yes, it is I, fair one. I have come to worship at the shrine of my loved one.
Oh, Julius, please go away. We're in enough trouble now.
Trouble? What kind of trouble, fair one?
Well, if you must know, I have a man locked up in my closet.
Miss, hey!
It's not what you think, Julius. It's my sponsor, and I locked him in the closet.
I don't blame you. I've heard you on the air, and that's a smart move.
I wish you wouldn't talk to Mr. Harris that way.
I don't wish to talk to Mr. Harris at all. I have come just to be near you.
Julius. Beat it! Now get out of here. Now, why don't you get out of here?
Why don't you get out of here?
I wish I could get out of here.
What was that?
I'm Mr. Beam. Who are you?
I'm Julius Abruzio, the light of Miss Faye's life. We are enamored of each other. Someday I hope to take Miss Faye away from all this.
Well, when you get around to it, take me with you, will you?
Well, I gotta go now, Miss Faye. Farewell, soulmate.
Well, that was interesting. You two are happily married, yet another man comes around and makes love to Mrs. Harris.
Oh, but Julius isn't a man. He's just a little boy who has a crush on me.
A likely story. I'm surprised at you, Mrs.
But,
Harris.
Mr. Beam...
To think you let another man come into your life. And you, the mother of two lovely children. It's positively disgraceful, and I...
Ah, go soak your head.
Honey, that's no way to talk to the sponsor. We gotta... Oh, I hope that's Frankie with a locksmith. Hiya, Charlie. Your worries are over. I got him.
Oh, thank goodness. Bring him in.
Come on in, Pete. Alice, Phil, I want you to meet the greatest little lock opener in the country. Light Fingers Nolan.
Hiya, folks. Let's get started before the toughest get here. Frankie, where's that lock they want fixed?
It's right there on that door, Light Fingers.
Okay. Tell you what. Frankie, you pull the chains down. Curly, you cut the telephone wires. And Blondie, you wait outside as a lookout. You got it?
Got it. You want I should keep the motor running? Boy, Curly, we got a job to do here.
Now, cut it out, Alice. Frankie, wait a minute. What's the idea of bringing a guy like this around?
You're deaf while I get to work. First, I pour a little soup on the lock like this. Then I pour a little more. And then I put on a short fuse. Hey, Curly, you got a match?
What's going on out there?
Hey, somebody's in there already. Someone's beat it to this job. Hey, you in there. Who sent you on this job?
The Pitt Company.
Never heard of him. Must be in Chicago, Mom.
Is this another of your charming friends, Mr. Harris? No, he isn't. Frankie, get this guy out of here. You're going to ruin everything. Get him. All right. Come on, Light Fingers, dear. Curly is an ungrateful wretch. To think I had you break a date with your parole officer to come here. All good.
Why does Frankie find fellas like that?
I don't know. I don't care about it. How are we going to get Beam out of there? I'd break the door down, but it's too thick for that. There must be some way.
What's going on, Mommy? We're trying to take our nap, but somebody keeps banging on the wall down here.
Oh, your daddy locked somebody in the closet and he can't get the door open.
Maybe I can do it for you, Daddy.
Don't be silly, Phyllis. You're only a child. Now, let me see now. What can I do?
You can take the hinges off.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm trying to open the door from the left side where the lock is. If I take the hinges off, it'll only open it from the right side. Hey! Yeah, that'll do it. Give me that hammer, quick. Hey, it's working, Alice. I'm getting it open.
Be patient, Mr. Bean. We'll have you out in a second.
Yes, sir. Now, there. Now you put your shoulder to it and give it a push, Mr. Bean. There you are. You're out.
And so are you, Harris. So not only will I recommend that you don't get that shot, but I'll see to it that you're fired from our program.
Fired?
Oh, but Mr. Bean, it was all an accident. And you have a right to be mad.
Well,
but surely an intelligent, handsome man like yourself must have a forgiving nature. Huh? You won't fire, Phil. Will you? Please?
Oh, all right. I won't fire him. I always was a sucker for a good-looking blonde.
Thank you, Tommy Manville. And surely, Beansy, a handsome, intelligent man like yourself will recommend that I get my shot. Won't you?
Please?
No, I won't.
I guess he's not a sucker for a good-looking brunette, huh?
Oh, Mr. Bean, I know after what's happened, Phil doesn't deserve the shot, but for my sake, won't you reconsider?
Well, all right. I'll reconsider.
Well, gee, that's wonderful of you, Mr. Beam. I certainly appreciate it. Won't you stay for dinner?
No, thanks. I'm getting out of here before something else happens to make me change my mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and... not that door. No, that's the closet. Let's not go through that again. Hey, here's the door. I'll open it for you. Goodbye, Mr. Beam.
Goodbye.
No, I opened the wrong door and he fell down the cellar stairs. Folks, this is Phil Harris. Now, here are the car winners in our second big weekly contest. Yes, sir, and the lucky lady is from Long Beach, California. In fact, she wins the Fraser Manhattan sedan, and her name is Mrs. F.E. Hullen of Long Beach, California. The Kaiser sedan was won by Mrs. Renee L. Forney of Milltown, New Jersey. Mrs. Renee L. Forte, it is, of Milltown, New Jersey. Winners of other prizes being notified by mail. Now, look, this week's contest is our last, so hurry, everyone, and in 25 additional words or less, complete one of these statements. I like Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo because, or I like Fitch's Cream Shampoo because. Send any number of entries, each on a plain sheet of paper. To each, attach the round paper dip from top of Fitch's Cream Shampoo jar, or carton top from Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo, or facsimile. Mail entry with your name and address to Fitch Shampoo, Box 1723, Chicago. That's Fitch Shampoo, Box 1723, Chicago, Illinois. The winners get one Fraser Manhattan sedan, one Kaiser sedan, 5 Universal Electric ranges, 3 Amana home freezers, 2 Voss electric washing machines, 30 Universal electric blankets. Entries judged on originality, sincerity, and aptness of thought. Duplicate prizes for ties, judges' decision final. Any person in the United States or Canada may enter, except employees of Fitch, their advertising agency, and their families. Entries must be postmarked by midnight, Saturday, November 1st, and received by November 8th. Third week car winners announced on the bandwagon next Sunday.
Speaking of radio, the Jack Benny program. we never used a laugh track, nor did anyone else, really, because canned laughter didn't come into the picture really until television.
And now to get on with the introductions, I'd like to present Artie Auerbach, who plays the part of Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, are you here?
Too many rings on your fingers and naughty Angela. You laugh at romance.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Say, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Are you still working at the drugstore?
No, I lost that job. And it was a little bit your fault.
My fault?
Yes, I'm always listening to your show. And on your program, the man is saying, keep your eye on the Red Bull's eye.
Uh-huh.
So one day, while I'm keeping my eye on the Red Bull's eye...
Yes?
Somebody stole the cash register.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope you have another job.
Oh, a much better one.
Really?
I'm now doing a little extra work in pictures.
Oh, in pictures? That's wonderful. What pictures have you been in?
Well, I was in Dark Sausage, Mendel of the Movie, and Forever Epstein.
Good.
Yeah, but most of all, I like to work in westerns.
Oh, westerns?
They went that way. And smile when you say that, partner.
Hey, you know, Kitzel, you're pretty good.
You should see me on a horse.
Really?
When I'm on a horse, I'm looking like Hopalong.
Cassidy's?
Who, me?
Oh, well, I got to run into rehearsal, Mr. Kitzel. See you again, huh?
Thank you. And by the way, Mr. Benny, if you ever come out to Republic Studios, look me up.
I will.
Just ask for Tex. Everybody knows me.
Okay, goodbye, Tex.
Goodbye. Give me land, lots of land, if the stars skies above. They went that way.
We were famous in the industry for what we would call the running gag.
Writer George Balzer.
Where something would happen on page 3, and there'd be a reference to it on page 7, and again on 13, and maybe 18, and then it would be the finish of the show.
Yeah, da-dum-bum, beetle. We'll be in New York tomorrow. And I think of all the places I've been the last 3 months. England, France, Scotland, Holland, Germany. Oh, boy, when we did our show for the GIs, they sure went for Mary and Alice Faye and Marilyn Maxwell. I wonder why they liked them better than me and Phil. They sure did, though. Then from Germany, we went to Switzerland. Ah, Switzerland. What a beautiful country. San Moritz, Lucerne, Zurich, Interlaken, Lake Geneva. What scenery. I'll never forget it. And those wonderful snow-covered Alps. I can still hear those Swiss mountain climbers singing their native songs as the sun came to rest behind the lofty peaks. Ole, 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 LSMFT. Ole, ole, LSMFT, MFT.
First choice. First choice. They're first again with tobacco men. First choice. First choice. We know you like Lucky Strike.
So round, so firm, so fully packed. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. So free and easy on the draw. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
After a very pleasant 5 days on the Queen Mary, they arrived in New York, where they immediately boarded the Super Chief for Los Angeles and home.
Los Angeles Union Station. Los Angeles. Watch your step as you leave the train.
Well, come on, Jack. Here we are.
Train arriving on track 5 from Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Mary, we'll get a cab, and I'll drop you off first,
Jack,
and then...
Oh, Jack! Jack, it's Don Wilson.
Hiya, Don.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jack. Gee, it's sure good to see you again.
Well, it's nice to see you, too. Say, Don, you've lost a little weight, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Jack, but I didn't think you'd notice it.
Well, how much did you lose, Don?
80 pounds.
80 pounds? Don, how'd you manage to lose that much?
Willpower, Jack. I cut out breakfast.
When?
This morning.
Well, that'll do it.
Oh, by the way, where's Phil?
Oh, he bought a car in England, and he's driving it back from New York.
Attention, please, attention. Due to the changes in time throughout the country, trains scheduled to leave Los Angeles at 4 will depart at 5. Trains scheduled to arrive from the east at 5 will arrive at 4. Trains from the south, which should have been here at 6, will get here at 3. However, trains coming from the north due at 7 will be in at 9. Trains scheduled to arrive at 4 will arrive at 5. Or is it 6? I knew that would happen. And I warned them, too. Or was it 4?
Don, Mary wants to get home, so I'll drop her off and see you later.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jack. You haven't told me anything about your trip. Now, I know you were in England and France and Germany, but where else did you go?
Well, I went to Holland and Switzerland, and, oh, Don, I've got to tell you about Switzerland. Those mountain climbers and those lofty alpine peaks where they...
Attention, please, attention. The chief now leaving on track 3 for Kansas City and Chicago.
Kansas City and Chicago.
Mary, did you hear that?
Yes, there's a train leaving for the east.
I don't mean that. I thought I heard an echo that... No, never mind. Don, I'll tell you about Switzerland later. Come on, Mary.
Okay, Jack. So long.
So long, Don.
Attention, please. Don Wilson now leaving on track 5 for Glendale, Burbank, and the Brown Derby.
Come on, Mary. We'll get a taxi and I'll drop you off. Huh?
Jack, are you sure they'll deliver my luggage to the house?
Don't worry about it. I told you I checked it through. Now, hey, Mary, look, there's Dennis. I knew he'd come down and meet us. I bet he really missed us.
Dennis! Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello. Gosh, it's nice to see you, kid, but you didn't have to come all the way down to the station.
Yes, I did. I had to see my mother off.
Oh.
Who are you seeing off, Mr. Benny?
I'm not seeing anybody off. I just came in on the Super Chief.
Gee, a lot of important people have come to Los Angeles lately. First President Truman, then Governor Dewey, and now you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't vote for you for $1 million.
Dennis, don't be silly.
Yes, Dennis, we haven't seen you for 3 months. Now, come on over here and let me give you a great big kiss.
You better not. I've got to drive home.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Attention, please. All passengers leaving for San Francisco, please have your ticket validated.
Ticket validated.
Mary, there it goes again. That echo.
What echo? I didn't hear anything. What's the matter with you?
There was an echo. Listen, I'll prove it to you. Hello? There it is. Didn't you hear it?
Oh, Jack, stop shaking me. I didn't hear anything.
I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. This keeps up, I'll go to the nut house.
You better have your ticket validated.
Oh, be quiet. Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. So long, Dennis.
I'll wait till Mr. Benny gets out of the station. Then I'll see for myself. Hello? Hello? My mother's right. He's nuts.
Now, when we sat down to write, we never knew where we were going to stumble onto that key. We never had any idea. And yet when we did, and then sometimes we wouldn't even recognize it then, we would go past it. And then all of a sudden on page, as I said, page 7 or 8, whatever, would come an opening and you say, wait a minute. And we would just not repeat, but refer to what had happened on page 3. And from there on, it would just take off.
Now, how did that work if you and your partner were doing the first half of the show and the other two guys were doing the second half of the show?
If Sam and I did the first part of the show, which I think we usually, well, it all depends. And we got something started, we probably wouldn't carry it any further than our half, because there was no way for us to know how to inject it in a half that we hadn't seen yet. But during the rewrite with Jack is where it would then be picked up and put in as a continuation. Now, normally that was it, or usually that was it. But sometimes we'd get a call from Milt, or we would call them, whichever way, doesn't matter. And we would say, would you have Phil Harris, I'm referring to now, or Dennis Day, or Mary, or whoever, would you have them at some point say, and we would give them a line. And they say, well, what's that for? He says, don't ask questions. Just put it in.
Now, come on, Polly. Try it again. Say, bonsoir, monsieur. Polly.
What's the matter, boss?
Oh, I've been trying to teach Polly French, but it's no use. Rochester, arrange the chairs around the radio. You know my gang will be with...
Mademoiselle from Armitage, Parlez-vous?
I guess Polly's older than I thought. Been around, too. Now, arrange the chairs, Rochester.
I will. Say, boss, I finished putting away all your souvenirs from your trip. You really had a great time in Europe, didn't you?
Yes, it was wonderful, except for that one thing that marred the end of the trip. Something followed me back from Europe.
What was it, boss? What was it?
An echo.
Oh, for a minute I thought it was Suzette.
No, Rochester, it was a crazy echo. See, it started in Switzerland when I heard the Swiss yodelers, and it followed me ever... Hey, wait a minute. How did you know about Suzette? You read my diary, didn't you?
Well, boss, I just...
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. A diary is a personal thing, and you shouldn't have read it. Where did you find it?
In your folio.
In my folio?
Folio lady.
There it is, Rochester. Did you hear? Did you hear that echo?
I didn't hear anything.
But you must have. Listen. Hello.
Hello.
You heard it that time, didn't you?
No, sir. I didn't hear a thing.
But you must have. It was a definite echo. Try it now. Try it and you'll see. Now, you yell hello.
Okay. Hello!
Hello.
Polly, you keep out of this or I'll give you a good spanking.
You better not, boss. The last time you spanked us, you laid a cracked egg.
Oh, yeah. We had to eat it right away.
We used to have a lot of fun. We always had fun. And that's why I think the shows were as good as they were. I can't think of any time that we didn't sit down to work and that we didn't have fun. And I don't think that's true today.
Now, Mary, would you like to help me set the table? I want it to look nice when the Colemans get here.
Sure, Jack, but you know it's still pretty warm. Why don't you serve dinner out on the patio?
Say, that's a good idea. Oh, Rochester, we're going to have dinner out on the patio.
Patio lady.
On the Jack Benny show, once we had a joke, and this was radio, where Don Wilson came into the house to see Jack Benny about doing a commercial, and Jack was taking a bath at the time.
Writer Milt Josephsberg.
And Don walked in, and we did the usual joke about Jack being in the bathtub with floating rubber ducks or things like that. And Don said, I wanted to talk about the commercial, Jack, and Jack said, okay, sit down. Well, this started about a 3-day battle with the censors that you cannot say sit down when a man is taking a bath because the only place to sit is on the commode, the toilet, and so forth. We said, can he say sit down on the side of the tub? And the censor said no, because that calls attention that he shouldn't sit on the toilet. And finally, jokingly, we said, can we say put the seat down and sit down? Said no, we couldn't do that.
As a writer on the Benny Show, did you often have trouble with the censors?
Frequently. And it was very, very minor things. One of the classic examples, we were doing a takeoff on King Solomon's Mines. And this was a picture with Deborah Carr based on a famous story, and it was a big MGM production. And Jack was supposed to be searching for King Solomon's Mines, and Deborah Carr was the lady with him, and they ran into a tribe of cannibals led by Mel Blanc. And Jack says, wait a minute. These are cannibals. I can handle them. I will tell them a limerick. He says that always pleases them. And then he goes into gibberish. Magula magala mamawa, mamama magula matata, magala sabase, magala mate, halula mamalo hawala. And they all laugh and they leave. And Deborah Carr says, what does that mean? And Jack, very embarrassed, says, oh, I couldn't say that to you. And I have paraphrased it now. And the censor came down and said, we cannot do that because all limericks are dirty. Now, we showed him that all limericks are not dirty, that the original limericks were clean. But in 1948 or 49, when we were saying a gibberish limerick in words that we invented, the censor didn't want to let us do it. Oh, one further thing. When Jack said to the censor, but it's gibberish, he says, it's still dirty. And Deborah Carr said, oh, come now. And the fellow just looked at her and gave in.
My name is Alan Porterfield. My business is leading safaris through the animal-infested jungles of dark Africa. For 12 years, I lived among the savages in the Belgian Congo. I lived in a little village called Nairobi Sekarnyanjo, Kenza Boziga, Uganda, Watusi, Tanganyika. My friend stopped writing to me because my address was driving him nuts. They couldn't remember my zone number. That's why I decided to leave the treacherous life of the jungle and go back to England. In fact, I was in my hut packing, happy in the knowledge that I would soon stop hearing the monotonous beat of those infernal drums. Let me see now. I think I've got everything packed. I can hardly believe it. In 3 short weeks, I'll be back home. Gosh, I haven't seen a civilized woman in over... Ooga bogey. Yes, sir. It'll sure be good getting back. Ooga bogey. Doggone
at Ooga means come in. Those natives don't even understand their own language. I said Ooga... Well...
Hello. Well, don't stand there staring at me. Aren't you going to ask me to Ooga Boogie?
Yes, come in. Come right in.
Are you Alan Quartermain?
Her voice was so beautiful. Even the name Alan sounded good to me. Yes, I'm Quartermain. What can I do for you?
I heard that you're the best guide in Africa, and I want to hire you to lead a safari through the jungle.
Well, you're too late. I was just packing to go back to England.
But I've traveled thousands of miles to see you.
I'm sorry, miss. My mind is made up.
But you can't. You can't turn me down. It's a matter of life and death. Please, you've got to listen to me. I've come all this way to see you because you're the only one who can help me. So don't turn me down. Please. I beg you. I implore you. Please say you will do it. I need you. I need you. I need you.
As she lay there, crumpled at my feet. Exhausted from her dramatic outburst. I was confused. I couldn't tell whether she was after me or an Academy Award. I'm sorry, miss, but I've had enough of the jungle, and I'm going back to England.
Oh, but Mr. Quartermain, I'm trying to find my lost uncle. He came to the jungle to write a book. His name is Sylvania Cartwright.
Sylvania?
That was his pen name.
Oh, yes, Pennsylvania. That writer I'm firing. So your uncle is lost, eh?
Yes, he came here 2 years ago to do some research on King Solomon's mines.
King Solomon's mines? Well, that's just a myth. There's no such place.
Oh, but there is. My brother has a map.
Your brother?
Yes, he's right outside. I'll call him in. Oh, brother, come in here.
So you're her brother, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of us?
It was then I decided to go on this dangerous trek through the death-infested jungle. If only to lose him. All right, I'll go with you. But before we leave, you'll have to sign this register.
Certainly.
That's a pretty name. Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Carr?
Yeah, you want to make something out of us?
Not wanting to cheat a hungry leopard out of an hors d'oeuvre, I didn't lay a hand on him. The next morning, I formed a safari. With 22 natives carrying water, food, and supplies, we set out on our dangerous journey. For miles and miles and miles, the natives sang their tribal chant as we hacked our way through the jungle.
What's the matter?
Stay close together. This is very dangerous territory. There may be a line lurking behind every bush. Quiet, everybody. That bush, it just moved. The natives will circle it. Then after I shoot, they'll dive in and grab it.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but if it's a lion, we'll skin it. If it's a gazelle, we'll eat it. Quiet now. They got it! They got it! Umba kaloda nuwamba. Anoya lona mawaka kahona umbo. Well, at least the natives can eat.
What did you shoot?
Your brother. See that hole in his hair?
Oh, he's always had that.
Oh.
But you did enlarge it.
Oh, I shot him all right. But I still couldn't get rid of him. Our goal was King Solomon's mines. Then her brother was the only one who had the map. It was painted on the roof of his mouth. He did it himself. Of course, he had a buy the brush and the paints. He had his own palette. When I heard myself saying a thing like that, I knew the sun was hotter than I thought. But we had to trek on if we ever expected to reach our first stopping place, the village of Kalawana. As our safari pushed through the jungle, our natives sang their tribal chant.
What is it, Deborah?
Look at that strange little bird up in that tree.
Where?
There.
What's strange about that?
It's the first time I ever saw a woodpecker with a mustache.
You'll see many strange things deep in the jungle. Look out for that lion.
Oh, Quartermain, I'm frightened. How much further is it to Kalawana?
About 15 miles.
Gee, that isn't so bad.
Why, no, it's... What? Did you hear that, Deborah? Your brother talked, and I thought I killed him. I carried him for 2 weeks. He tricked us. The cur.
That's Carr.
Oh, yes. Come here, brother. Open your mouth so I can look at the map. Come on, open your mouth. Wider. Wider. Not you.
I'm sorry.
Now, brother, hold your mouth open so I can look at the map.
I looked in his mouth, and I was able to see the map very clearly now, because the light was coming through the hole in his head.
Deborah, according to the map, we must be close to the village of Kalawana right now.
Aganuamawa! Aganuamawa!
Quartermain, wait.
Akua!
What's wrong, Deborah?
I can't go on. I'm so thirsty. I must have something to drink.
Well, I was saving this for myself, but here, you can have it.
What is it?
Snake milk.
Snake milk? How in the world do you get snake milk?
Oh, the usual way, but you need a very low stool. Don't throw away the bottle. I get 2 cents back. Let's go.
What's the matter, Quartermain?
We must be near the village. Look, there's a horse.
And there's a pig.
And there's a rabbit.
What's up, Doc?
We really didn't see those animals. But if you think I'm going to pay Mel Blanc just to do a lousy woodpecker, you're crazy. However, we did reach the village of Calawana. And as we approached, the native chief came running up to us excitedly and said,
Lala Boogie Malakola Hananoya.
Huh?
Lala Boogie Malakola Hananoya.
Quartermain, this native is asking us something, but we don't understand.
I'll find out what he wants. Nula Nagina?
Lala Boogie Malakola Hananoya.
Oh, Michigan 14, California 6. Tell me, Chief, where is King Solomon's mines?
Maga!
I mentioned King Solomon's mines. The whole tribe turned on us. They're frenzy mounted. They tied us to stakes and built a huge fire around us. Deborah became panicked.
Quartermain, help me!
Hurry, Deborah, hurry!
And I stood there helpless. A native, painted in grotesque colors, grabbed Deborah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this exciting epic of the jungle will be continued next week. Will Jack and Deborah escape from the cannibals? Will they find King Solomon's mines? Will Mel Blanc get paid? Tune in next Sunday for the closing episode of King Solomon's Mines.
With our special guest star, Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Oh, yes.
Speaking of radio, the Jack Benny program.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company is taking over the remainder of this evening's Jell-O show for a special program which they have prepared. May I now introduce to you my good friend Ken Carpenter.
Thanks, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday night, NBC had a special program dedicated to Jack Benny's 10th anniversary on the air. For that particular occasion, a musical tribute to Jack had been prepared, but due to a limitation of time, we were unable to include this in the broadcast. However, we feel that you, Jack Benny's listeners, would like to hear this salutation. So if Jack and the rest of the cast will take seats in the audience, we will proceed with the life of Jack Benny in music. Okay, let's go. "47 years ago, Waukegan, Illinois, was a little-known settlement boasting a few scattered stores, one of which was owned by one Meyer Benny. There was much excitement around Mr. Benny's store the day we start our story, easily explained by the cries of the newsboys on the neighboring streets.
Extra! Extra! A message from the store. Mr. Benny found a baby boy when he came home from work. He's proudly handing out cigars and boasting he will be the father of a president in 1903. The father of a president in 1903.
As Jack remembers only too well, his father's predominant characteristic was strictness. He was the sort of a man who regarded the raising of a youngster as stern business. On the occasion of bringing his first report card home from school, we find Jack approaching his father with considerable alarm.
Let me look at your report card, Jack, my boy.
Jack, my boy.
I am sure my heart will overflow with joy.
Flow with joy.
What's this? English C, Algebra D, History D, Geography F. He draws his maps in the treble clef.
Scholarship 4, Deportment 4, Scholarship 4, Deportment 4.
I just can't do a thing with him. He won't study, he won't work. I can't make him concentrate. He'll be the death of me, a bad influence. Thinks of music all the time. Music.
Deportment 4, Scholarship 4, Deportment 4.
What's this? Music A? Music A?
Yes, Jack's main interest as a child was the violin. He hated to practice, but he loved to play, especially with his devoted grandmother for an audience. She would sit for hours in the cold parlor alone on the row of chairs that was supposed to represent the audience, while her grandson played show for her. He played comedian.
Who was that lady I saw you with? There was no lady.
Magician.
Now watch me very closely. I have nothing up my sleeve.
Dancer. Singer.
Waukegan's praise are funny.
Violinist. In spite of his intense dislike for practice, Jack soon attained sufficient skill to play in the junior orchestra of Waukegan, and occasionally in a reel-for-shore dance orchestra in one of the neighboring towns. Then, suddenly, out of a clear blue sky, the bolt fell. Jack was expelled from high school for spending his afternoons in a vaudeville theater.
Yes, they threw out our hero, alas and alas. The burdens of school were too much for poor Jack.
He much preferred to hang around the Barrison Theater, worshipping the ingenue and wondering what they paid her. He got a job as doorman so he could watch the stars emerging from this wondrous place and help them to their cars.
He got in the orchestra after a bit and played violin with the boys in the pit.
From his seat in the orchestra pit, Jack reveled in the imposing array of stars of that year. The Marx Brothers, Marilyn Miller, Joe Cook, Chick Sale, all the big-time acts played there. When the theater closed, some months later, the leader of the orchestra, Cora Salisbury, asked Jack to join her in a violin and piano act. He consented, and a new act was born. Salisbury and Benny, from Grand Opera to Ragtime. Jack Benny's apprenticeship was served in musty old theaters with a few worn pieces of scenery, a two-piece orchestra in the pit, cramped dressing room in the cellar, rats that ate the grease paint right off the shelves, but he loved it. 4 years of this until a family illness called Cora back to Waukegan. Jack's adventure was over. There was nothing for him to do but to go to work in his father's store. He waited on the customers with his mind 1,000,000 miles away.
Some pink and white suspenders, please. My brother needs a pair.
Gosh, Eva Tangway, singing I Don't Care. Have you any black silk socks, size 11, please? Jolson was sensational singing Mammy on his knee.
Selling men's apparel only filled young Jack with loathing. He wanted to be next to closing instead of next to clothing.
Dissatisfied as a salesman, Jack began to look around for a new partner. Friends told him of a great piano player in Chicago, and they formed an act. Benny and Woods, 10 minutes of syncopation. The act went so well that by the third season, they received an offer from one of New York's biggest agents. He not only agreed to handle them in New York, but proceeded to book them immediately into that mecca of all vaudevillians, the Palace.
New York, 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 New York.
Now every act that's ever been from Jacksonville to Chickapin has always wanted to be in the Palace.
Though they're a wow and Kankakee and get a raise in salary, their ultimate goal will always be the Palace. We'll kill 'em in the Palace, we'll slay 'em in the Palace, we'll wow 'em in the Palace, we'll lay 'em in the aisles. They'll love us in the Palace, they'll cheer us in the Palace.
flop in the palace. Some performers are doomed forever to be second-raters, never to reach the big time. Violinist Jack Benny was one of these. He would never succeed. Well, it was after Jack joined the Navy that he discovered himself to be a comedian. There's nothing mysterious about it. He appeared in the Great Lakes Review, and the author, Dave Wolf, gave him a few lines to speak, and people laughed at him, that was all. When the war ended, Jack went back to vaudeville, but as a single this time, emphasizing comedy and using the violin just to fill out the act. Not long after that, Jack fell in love. He was wandering around the May Company in Los Angeles one day in search of a new friend.
I beg your pardon, but where can I find men's suits?
4 aisles over and 3 aisles down.
Well, thank you. Oh, by the way, what do you sell?
I sell ladies' hosiery and things.
Oh, yes, I just remembered. That's what I need, some ladies' hosiery and things. For my sister.
Really? Can I help you in your selection?
Definitely. Here, and when I buy my suit, and whenever I need anything else.
Ha, ha, ha! That's fine. That's just fine.
Guess what her name was? Guess what her name was?
My name was Mary Marks that day that Benny bought his suit. But now I'm Mary Livingston and Mrs. Benny to boot.
Her name is Mary Livingston and Mrs. Benny to boot.
As Mrs. Jack Benny, Mary tried hard to forget the comfortable security she'd given up for a portable existence in hotels and trains, but she was pretty unhappy the first year, packing, unpacking, checking in, checking out.
Whenever Jack would play a town that Mary thought was swell, she'd find a nice apartment and fix it up real well. And just when she'd begin to think that they were there to stay, Jack would get a boating 1,500 miles away. One day he got an offer to do a Broadway show.
That's for me, said Mary. Just say the word. Let's go. We'll get a nice apartment near Central Park, and then we'll hope and trust and pray we'll never have to move again.
So Jack assumed the starring role in Carol's Vanities, and they were sitting pretty as you please. But just when they had signed a lease and paid the bills they owed, the Vanities closed its New York run and went out on the road.
So Jack turned to radio as a solution to his problem. He auditioned and auditioned and auditioned to no avail. Finally, the New York columnist Ed Sullivan invited Jack to make a guest appearance on his program. A far cry from his familiar Jello again, these are the first words that Jack Benny ever uttered on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. There will be a slight pause while you say, who cares? You know, Ed, I just got in from Hollywood, but I'm going back in a couple of weeks. I'm going to be in a new picture with Greta Garbo. They sent me the story last week, and it's a very novel idea. When the picture first opens, I'm found dead in the bathroom. It's sort of a mystery picture. I'm found in the bathtub on Wednesday night.
It wasn't long before Jack had his first sponsor, Canada Dry, and that was the start of a career almost unsurpassed in radio. He had swell help at first from writer Harry Kahn, but in recent years his authors have been Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin. And let us not forget Harry Baldwin, Jack's faithful secretary, who's been with him ever since his early days in radio. Most of America listens on Sunday nights to hear the familiar strains of
J-A-Hello to you, J-A-Hello to you.
You'll hear this old familiar sound on every Sunday night.
When Jack Benny comes around to make your Sabbath bright.
J-A-Hello to you means half an hour of fun that's new.
He'll tell you how he killed him at a Wednesday matinee.
Complain about the awful salaries that he has to pay.
No matter what he talks about, you're glad to hear him say, J-A-Hello to you. We must have music, so play, Phil. You're okay, Phil. You know the way, Phil.
He murders the English language and he panics all the dames.
He plays a kind of music a jitterbug acclaims.
And Benny found out long ago you simply can't embarrass Phil Harris. We must have a singer, so sing, Benny. Your fans are many, so sing, Benny.
He's as Irish as a shillelagh.
Yeah, shillelagh.
And he hits a high C daily.
Yeah, daily.
Whenever Jack puts on a play, the boy that plays the menace is Dennis. We must have an announcer, so seldom. Do it well done. Give him Don. He wears a cool 265, and Benny loves to kid him. It must have been those 6 delicious flavors that undid him.
But when they need a man to push the Maxwell up the hill, son, it's Wilson.
We must have a comedian, so here's Mary, 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 quite contrary.
She reads the most outrageous poems that you have ever heard. And when she isn't doing that, she's giving Jack the bird.
The one who has Jack Benny on the verge of Harry Carey is Mary. We must have a butler, so bring on Rochester. I'm coming, boss. Bring on Rochester.
He's a dusky devil, but on the level, he's really a wonderful yes man. His main concern is he'd like to learn what happened to the gas man.
There's always a crowd around him asking for autographs. Jack and Mary do all the work and he gets all the laughs. The folks back in Waukegan, there's a sort of testimonial. Planted a tree for Jack one day in manner ceremonial. Now this made quite a hit with Jack, and proudly he would boast, but the poor tree died.
Fred Allen says it's because the sap was on the coast.
J.E.L. hello to you. J.E.L. hello to you.
When Jack does his programs away from home, you may have heard him say just before signing off,
Good night, Joni.
Joni is his baby girl, and Jack carries her picture and brags about her just like any proud father. And so on his 10th anniversary in radio, we paid tribute to a man who has consistently topped the list of radio comedians. A man who has made the world laugh and laughs at the world. A man who still remembers the friends he made on the way up. Comedian, star maker, and good fellow,
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. We say jello to you.
Thanks to NBC and you, Ken Carpenter, and to Gordon Jenkins for a swell job of directing. And thanks to all the others who participated. Really was a thrill, and I got a big kick out of it. I'm sure my cast did, too.
Say, Jackson, did you hear the wonderful tribute Fred Allen gave you last Wednesday?
Tribute? Certainly I heard it. But what do you mean, tribute?
He did your biology, didn't he?
That's biography. Biology is with the bees. Allen was supposed to eulogize me for 60 minutes, and he practically ignored me. And after all I've done for that guy.
What have you ever done for Allen?
What have I... Did you hear that, Mary? When Allen first broke into show business, who gave him a friendly pat on the back?
You did.
Yeah, who gave him advice?
You did.
Who gave him money when he needed it?
You did?
Yes, I did. And that shows you how grateful Allen is. Well, that's all you can expect from that guy.
Come in? Pardon me, I was looking for the washroom, but this will do. Why, Fred! Jack, I really dropped in tonight.
Wait a minute, Fred, wait a minute. Let me look at you.
Yeah?
Gee, you're looking swell.
Yeah?
I've never seen you have such rosy-colored bags under your eyes.
Look, Jack, I dropped in...
An pained expression. You look like a hen trying to lay a basketball. I'm getting mine in first.
Well, all right, Jack.
And those wrinkles. Honestly, Fred, your face looks like a convertible with the top halfway down. You know?
Now, sit down, little man. You must be tired after that Bob Hopian outburst. Ladies and gentlemen, please tune in your radios an hour from now when this nature boy of the gay 90s is a guest on my program without his writers. What Benny, without his writers, you can't tell Benny from Mr. Hush.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. What do you...
And he should talk about the way I look. Benny's hairline has receded so far, he combs his eyebrows to keep up his morale.
Fred, look.
I have seen more fuzz on a harvest moon. I'd hate to be drowning and have someone throw me a line like that.
Persimmon face. Look at it. What did you come barging in here for anyway?
Well, frankly, I didn't drop in here to see you, Jack. It's Mary I'd like to talk to. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Fred. What is it you wanted?
Well, Mary, you can do me a great favor. I came...
Hiya, Frederick. Long time no see.
Well, if it isn't Phil Harris, Hollywood's answer to, look, Ma, I'm drinking. There's Dennis Day. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Look, Fred, we're doing a program. Now, what do you want to see Mary about?
Yes, Fred, what is it?
Well, Mary, every now and then, Portland likes to take a couple of weeks off my program, and I thought a hungry girl like you might like to take her place.
Well, thanks, Fred, but I don't think I could take Portland's place.
Oh, yes, you could. Why don't you just try reading a line or two?
Wait a minute. Fred, I don't want my program sounding like yours.
I had 3 answers to that, Mr. Benny. 2 of them the censor took out, and the third one I wouldn't dare tell without an airwick on the premises.
Oh, Jack, I'll just imitate Portland for a second. It won't sound like Fred's program.
Well, go ahead, Mary.
Well, all right. Oh, Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
What is it, Portland?
I'm from the South, the deep South, that is. Terrible. I'm not long for this one.
Dennis.
Howdy, Bob.
Look, Fred, will you please let me run my own show? This is worse than last week when Bob Hope dropped in on us.
No, not worse than last week. No.
We used up so much time, my program was cut off the air 10 seconds too soon.
Well, I thought it was cut off 30 minutes too late.
Well, only a friendly feud, of course. We didn't plan it, though. It came up by accident. Fred said something one night on his show, and I picked it up the next week, then he picked it up, then I picked it up. And we were in the feud for about 8 months before we even did anything about it. And the feud went on until he passed away.
Yeah. Well, that was really a great thing.
Sure it was.
You crossed over every week almost, didn't you?
Sure. And then we would go on each other's shows. He was probably the best comedian, the best one to ever have a feud with, because he was the funniest. He was a great writer, that's why. Great wit.
It's a shame you can't stay over, Fred, so we could appear together. It'd be like old times.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you and Mr. Allen once do an act together in Porterfield?
We sure did, Rochester. We had a lot of fun in those days.
Oh, gosh. You remember, Jack, how we'd always celebrate with a big dinner at Lindy's every time we got a job?
Yeah, we'd always get the best. Shrimp cocktail, turtle soup, chef salad.
Filet mignon, stuffed potatoes, strawberry shortcake.
Then I'd top it all off with a big glass of Ovaltine.
Ovaltine?
Well, he wanted to be asleep when the check came.
Those were the good old days. I'll never forget the time we rehearsed and polished our act for weeks. And we went to see Mickey Rockford, the biggest booking agent in New York. Come on, Fred. I think Mr. Rockford's office is down the hall.
Hey, it's crowded in here, Jack.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk to the secretary. Miss, we'd like to see Mr. Rockford.
Do you have an appointment?
Appointment? Yes. We're Benny and Allen.
Benny and Allen?
Yeah. Don't you recognize us?
Why? Is there a reward?
You don't understand, girlie. We do a vaudeville act.
Really? Which one throws the fish?
Say, that is clever. ought to be in show business yourself.
Me in show business?
Yes. I know a magician who saws a woman in half. You'd look better in 2 pieces.
Take it easy, Fred. Look, miss, we don't want to argue. We just like to see our agent, Mr. Rockford.
Well, first I'll need some information. Now, what's the name of your act again?
Alan and Benny.
I thought you said it was Benny and Alan.
Well, at 2 o'clock, our billing changes.
Well, what kind of an act do you do?
Violin, clarinet, and snappy patter.
And where have you played?
Oh, all over.
Well, where?
Well, just tell her the important dates, Jack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we did a week in Sow Belly, Wyoming. A week in Loose Tooth, Arizona. 3 days in Stagnant Water, New Mexico. And we also played the Palace here in New York.
Sow Belly, Loose Tooth, Stagnant Water, and the Palace. Well, at least you worked your way up.
No, we played the Palace first.
Well, Mr. Rockford's busy right now, so just have a seat and I'll call you.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Allen, I don't mean to be personal, but are you an American citizen?
Yes, I got these slant eyes from pulling off a tight derby.
Come on, Fred, let's sit down.
Yes? Yes. Oh, very well, Mr. Rockford. Oh, boys, Mr. Rockford will see you now.
Good. Come on, Fred, let's go in.
Okay.
Well, come on in, fellas. Come on in. Close the door. Sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Rockford, I'm Jack Benny. This is Fred Allen.
That's right, Mr. Rockford. Remember, you booked our act in the Palace 7 years ago.
Oh, yes. What business are you in now?
Well, we're still in show business.
Yes, and we thought you could book us.
Please, fellas.
Our new act is sensational. At least give us a chance, Mr. Rockford.
Yes, all we need is one good break, you know.
I gave you a break when I put you in Lowe's Flatbush.
Some break. They opened with Fink's Mules, then Major Doty's Dogs came out, then Manny's Monkeys, then Power's Dancing Elephants.
So what?
Well, by the time we came out, we looked like the last 2 passengers on Noah's Ark.
Well, look, boys, I'm very busy.
Please, Mr. Rockford, just listen to our opening number. It'll only take a second.
All right, but before you... Oh, excuse me. Come in.
Mr. Rockford, here's the 10% commission I owe you for booking my act last week.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. A cute boy. Sonny, what's your name?
Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor?
Potatoes are cheaper. Tomatoes are cheaper. Now's the time to fall in love.
Mr. Rockford, how about listening to our new act?
Oh, all right, if you insist.
Ready with your clarinet, Fred?
Ready.
Okay. 1, 2. Mr. Allen.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Have you heard that they're making women's bathing suits out of spun glass?
Women's bathing suits out of glass? Well, that's worth looking into.
I'll take it, Mr. Allen.
If you will. You know, Mr. Benny,
Mr. Allen?
I love music.
So do I. Music once saved my uncle's life.
Well, how did music save your uncle's life?
They played the Star-Spangled Banner just as he was sitting in the electric chair. Take it, Mr. Allen.
You know.
You don't have to finish it, you know.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
I want you to meet my new girl. Her name is Well Enough.
Why do you call your girl Well Enough?
Because I want the boys to leave Well Enough alone. How about the finale, Mr.
In unison? All right. Well, Mr. Rockford, what do you think of it?
Wait till he gets his head out of the drawer.
Maybe he's looking for a contract.
Fellas.
Yes,
Mr. Rockford. To tell you the truth, fellas, I'm confused. The whole act leaves me cold. It's neither fish nor fowl.
Well, that's funny. The last agent we went to thought it was both.
Well, Mr. Rockford, you mean you can't book us anywhere?
Well, actually, I don't have a thing open for a double. Have either of you considered doing a single?
What? And break up the act?
Why, we've been together for years. You can't split Benny and Allen.
It's ridiculous. We're more than just a team. We're partners, friends, buddies. Why, we'd rather starve than let anything come between us.
Well, that's a shame because I've got an opening for a single in Scranton for $15 a week.
I'll take it.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll take it for $14 a week, Mr. Rockford.
Fred, you'd steal a job away from your partner, your buddy, your friend?
Some friend. What did you ever do for me?
Why, you puff-eyed ingrate. For years, we've lived off my violin, my brains, my talent, my joke.
And my money. And listen, you miser, as for your violin playing, I have heard cleaner notes from a toothless Russian sipping borscht. You are just lucky you've had me and my clarinet.
Clarinet? The only way you could make a living with that clarinet is if you put a nail on the end of it and went out in the park. Mr. Rockford, rather than let you hire this no-talented wage cutter, I'll take the job for $10 a week.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll take it for $8.
I'll take it for $5.
Well, I'll take it for $3.
Well, I'll take it for nothing.
So will I.
Well, at that price, I can afford both of you.
Jack, did you hear that? We're working.
Fresh! Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing You Were Only Fooling.
You were only fooling, but I was falling in love. It's a story as old as Adam and Eve. I was making love, but you were making believe. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming on, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming on, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedan,
Westinghouse laundromat,
From Silver Fox scarf,
Toastmaster toasters.
and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address, and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
In this great land of ours, there are three glorious American traditions shared by nearly every family, which have truly transformed America into the land of hope. They are freedom of speech, the right to vote, and the rich relative. Now, to our friend Mrs. Anderson, the last of these has always seemed the most important, since in the Anderson household, the right to vote is exercised but once a year, and freedom of speech is limited strictly to Mrs. Anderson. So we can understand her excitement this morning as she bursts in on her spouse, clutching a letter in her hand.
Herbert!
What's up, passion flower?
Look, this letter. Remember my dear, rich, sweet, darling, loaded Aunt Prunella with the $2 million? Guess what?
She passed away?
No, she's feeling fine.
Oh, my deepest sympathies.
Herbert, is that anything to say? You know I'm glad Aunt Punella's well. I hope she lives to be 90.
How old is she now? 89?
No. Now listen. She writes she's going to be out this way. I haven't seen her in 25 years, and she's never met you. You're going to wire her to come and live with us for as long as she likes.
Live with us? But, Poopsie, you don't even like the woman. I've heard you say yourself that she's an old drip.
Yes, but let's not forget what she's dripping with. And this is our big chance to get into that will, but good.
But, Poopsie, there isn't even any place for her to sleep. Unless you move Dennis out of his room and give her that.
Are you crazy? I wouldn't give Dennis's room to a dog. She's going to sleep in your room, and you're going to sleep in Dennis's room.
Our young hero, of course, is at this point blissfully unaware of his impending dispossession. We find him in his room looking at a newspaper as Mildred enters.
Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Dennis. Going through the help wanted ads again?
Oh, no. This is just a copy of my old high school paper. I saved it because my picture was on the front page.
Oh, really? Let's see. Gosh, you look very handsome.
Oh, sure. Cameras don't lie.
But all it says under the picture is, this is Dennis Day of the freshman class.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, the fact that you were in the freshman class doesn't sound like front page news.
It is when you've been in it for 5 years.
Oh. And is your picture in all these other papers, too?
Oh, no. I saved them because my sports articles are in them. I used to be a sports reporter for the paper.
Honestly?
Sure. I was really good, too. Listen to this. At 2 this afternoon, Hooperstown High and Jackson High clashed in the most vicious contest these old eyes have ever seen. It was man against man, heart versus heart, in a grim, bitter struggle which saw each player push himself beyond the limits of human endurance, regardless of consequences. I wrote that.
Why, Dennis, that's wonderful.
Well, it was a pretty exciting checker game.
Oh. Well, my goodness, Dennis, if you can write like that, why don't you try and get a job on the Weaverville Bugle?
You mean with a real newspaper?
Well, why not? Someday you might even have a column of your own. Give me one good reason why you couldn't be a Fulton Lewis Jr.
Because his mother saw Fulton Lewis Sr. first. Oh, it's silly, Mildred. Do you think a newspaper would really hire me?
All you need is confidence in yourself. Go into that editor's office and tell him you're the greatest newspaper man in the world. The star reporter of all time.
By golly, maybe you're right. I've seen enough newspaper men in the movies. I'll act just like one. I'll take a couple of sips of cleaning fluid, stagger in, and hiccup right in his face.
And you say you'd like a job with my paper, young man.
That's right, pal. Scoops Day is the name. Greatest reporter who ever lived. If it's stories you want, I'll dig them up for you.
I see. So you're a leg man, eh?
Pardon?
I said, so you're a leg man.
Oh, no, sir. Even if I was, it wouldn't do me much good with the new look.
You did say that, didn't you?
Say what?
Let it go. I couldn't possibly have heard right. Well, tell me about your experience, Mr. Day. Have you ever been on a daily sheet?
Oh, no. We change ours only once a week.
You know something, Mr. Day? You're beginning to fascinate me.
Really?
Yes. Now, a good reporter should be well up on the world situation today. What have you to say on the subject of, say, Russia?
Russia?
Yes. Tell me about Russia.
It gets very cold there.
Just the stuff our readers want. Anything else on Russia?
Well, just that it's good there is a Russia because there are so many Russians that if there weren't a Russia, where would they all go?
They don't call you Scoops for nothing, do they? Now, what do you know about Japan?
Well, Japan is different from Russia.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's much warmer and has fewer Russians.
How few people have ever noticed that. You're a sharp one, Scoop.
Oh, I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Yes, but I still get the feeling there must be a leak somewhere. Oh, forget it. This is fun. I was going to ask you a question about the Berlin situation, but I know just what you'd say. That he's written better songs than anyone else in the business.
Well, he has, hasn't he?
He has indeed. And now, suppose we turn to politics for a while, huh?
Well, I really don't know much about politics as I do about the farm stuff.
Oh, come now. No modesty, Stu.
No, really. Why don't you try me on sports?
Oh, please, Mr. Day. I'm conducting this interview, and I feel you'd be much funnier on politics. Now, tell me, what do you think President Truman's chances are of being reelected this November?
Oh, go on. You know very well he's been reelected already.
Why, Scoops, you shocked me. You knew that, huh?
Certainly. And I know who lost, too. Dewey.
This is very disappointing.
And I know why. It's just as well he did lose.
Huh? But maybe this is something. Why?
Because now he can go back and finish capturing Manila.
I knew it. You've rallied.
When do I start work, huh? When?
Mr. Day, I'm afraid I have a shock for you. You've given me the most enjoyable afternoon of my life, but I just can't see my way clear to putting you on the staff.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. Goodbye, Mr. Day. It's been awfully frightening to have met you.
Wait, please. There must be something I can do on the paper, some assignment I can...
Excuse me just a second. I'll be right back. Yes, sir?
You the editor here? I got a complaint. My name is Homer Applegate, and I sent in a letter to the Lovelorn column 2 weeks ago, and I ain't had no answer.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, our advice to the Lovelorn editor left us a few weeks ago to go to Reno for a divorce. And, we haven't been able to replace her yet.
But I got a problem. I wrote in saying my initials are H.A., and I want to know what to do about my wife. How much longer do I have to go on living like a dog?
Oh, now, I'm sure you're exaggerating, Mr. Applegate.
Oh, I am, huh? Well, take a look at this sandwich she made for my lunch.
My goodness, a spoonful of strong heart between 2 puppy biscuits.
Yeah, I want an answer to that letter. You understand?
Well, we'll do our best, Mr. Applegate, but you see, we haven't been able to find anyone with the weird type of mind necessary to... Wait a minute. It's warmer and has fewer rushes. And, Mr. Applegate, your answer will be in the paper tomorrow.
You mean I won't have to live this kind of a life no more?
It's a promise, and here's my paw on it. And now excuse me, please.
Yeah, okay, pal.
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, sir.
Good. My boy, I've interviewed you on foreign affairs and politics. Now I want to speak to you of love.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm already engaged.
No, but I think I have a job for you. How would you like to be head of your own department on my editorial staff?
Boy, oh boy, with my own office?
You bet. And on the door, it'll say in gilt letters, private, Miss Abigail Allen.
Do you think I'm built right for a sign like that?
Of course. You're going to be our advice to the Lovelorn editor.
Oh, my gosh. Stay right here. I'll be back in a minute with a copy of what every young boy should know.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in a moment or two. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of I'd Love to Live in Loveland.
I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, and every day a holiday with skies of baby blue, where roses bloom forever and sweethearts are always true. I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, where roses bloom forever and sweethearts are always true. I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you.
Well, our young hero is now Miss Abigail Allen, in charge of the Lovelorn column on Weaverville's leading daily. But let's leave him for a moment and return to the Anderson house, from which a Western Union boy is now running madly away after delivering a telegram to Mrs. Anderson.
You hear, Herbert? Aunt Prunella coming to see us. You hear, Herbert? Yippee! Woohoo!
Okay, please calm yourself. Don't get so head up.
Who's head up?
After all, kissing the Western Union boy that way.
I can't help it. She's my favorite aunt and just loaded with my favorite stuff. The wire didn't say when she'd arrive, though, did it?
No, just soon. That could...
Well, come on. We've got to get busy moving you into Dennis's room and Dennis into the cellar.
All right, Cockleshell.
Incidentally, where's he been keeping himself? I've seen very little of him lately.
Oh, I don't know. He has some mysterious job he won't tell anyone about. Just hints that he's making money by using his head.
Really? Wonder if he made a deal for it with some medical school.
Gee, it was nice of you to ask me over to your office, Dennis. I think it's just beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Mildred.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. How do you like being Abigail Allen?
Well, it's kind of confusing sometimes. I never know which room to use when I want to wash my hands. But I may not have that problem much longer. The boss said he didn't like my first column yesterday and would have to improve. That's really why I asked you to come over here.
Oh? Well, maybe I can help. Read me what you wrote yesterday that the boss didn't like.
Okay, here's the first letter I got. Dear Miss Abigail, a few years ago I met a man who told me he was all alone in the world, and I said so was I, so we got married. Then when he moved in, he presented me with 7 kids by a previous marriage. It's not that I mind him lying, but we have very little room on account of the 6 kids I had. Now, my problem is, his 7 kids and my 6 kids are always beating up our 4 kids. What'll I do? Sign lonely.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what did you tell her?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Dear Lonely, I suggest you have 5 more children immediately. According to my adding machine, you now have 17 kids. 5 more will give you 22, or enough for 2 football teams, which will keep the kids occupied. This will leave you and your husband free to raise another team to play the winner.
That's what you wrote?
Seems like pretty solid advice, doesn't it?
Read another one.
Okay, listen. Dear Miss Abigail, my initials are H.A., and my wife is leading me a dog's life. For 24 years, she has browbeat me something terrible. I want to be a man and have some respect around the house. Please advise me. Signed, Bewildered.
Oh, I hope... Dennis, wait a minute. What were those initials again?
H.A.
And he says he's been married 24 years?
Yeah.
Dennis, you don't think that... I mean, could that letter possibly be from Daddy?
Your father?
Well, his initials are H.A., and he's been married 24 years.
Yeah, but this letter says his wife browbeats him, and his... Well, he says he wants to be a man, and your father's a... Gee, now I know how they can hang a man on circumstantial evidence.
Dennis, it's got to be Daddy. How did you answer it?
Oh, I'll read it. Dear Bewildered, your wife's love has obviously cooled, and you must rekindle the flame by making her jealous. Hire some other woman to come into your home, on a strictly business basis, of course. And when your wife sees a strange woman sitting across the breakfast table from her every morning, she might get the idea that you have an outside interest.
Oh. Well, thank heaven you advised something so ridiculous. He'll never do anything like that.
You don't think so? I'm worried.
Well, don't be. He knows if he ever did such a thing, it wouldn't only make Mother jealous. She'd break up their home.
Yeah, all over him.
That's funny. Nobody home. I wonder where the folks went, Dennis.
Gee, I don't know. Notice how clean the place looks, though? You don't suppose your father's expecting company, do you?
I told you not to worry about that silly advice you gave. Come on, let's go out in the kitchen and fix some hot chocolate.
Okay, I'll have some rye crisp of mine.
Oh, you answer it, Dennis. I'll be in the kitchen.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Prunella Wilkins. Of course, you couldn't possibly be Herbert Anderson at your age.
Oh, no, ma'am. I won't even be him at his age. I'm Dennis Day. I live here.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll get along fine when I move in.
When you're moving in?
Why, certainly. Herbert Anderson wired and asked me to live here.
Holy smoke, so he is a dope.
I beg your pardon.
Excuse me a minute. I'll be right back. Have a seat. Mildred, my advice. She's out there, the woman. Your father sent for her. Oh, I tell you, there's no fool like an old fool when he listens to a young fool.
Dennis, are you serious?
She's here, Mildred, ready to take up residence with 2 suitcases. Probably full of seductive black lace red flannels to wear to breakfast.
Dennis, we've got to get rid of her before Mother gets back. It's our only chance. Tell her something, anything, to get her out of here.
Okay, I'll try. Sorry to have kept you waiting, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. Well, I'm rather tired. Do you happen to know where I'll be staying here?
No, it's kind of hard to tell. The last one he invited is under the rose bush. There's 2 under the garage floor, and a couple of them he just ran through the mixmaster.
What? What did you say?
Oh, didn't you know about Mr. Anderson's hobby?
Why, no. What hobby?
Oh, he's sort of an amateur butcher. Not the kind that cuts up steers or chickens. He kind of specializes.
Specializes?
Yeah, only people. May I take your coat, please?
Young man, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying?
Don't believe me, huh? Didn't you notice the front lawn as you came in?
What about it?
You don't think grass ever got that green from Bigelow, do you? May I take your coat?
No, you must be mad. Why, Clara wouldn't... She couldn't marry a man who...
Who do you think helps him with his work?
Clara Anderson?
Better known in undertaking circles as Crocum Good Clara, the Cleaver Kid.
No.
Yep, she cuts them and he grades them.
No, I know you're crazy. And if you think I'd stay in this house another instant with a madman...
Well, sorry to see you go, lady, but if that's the way you...
Dennis, why have you got all the lights burnt? Aunt Prudy!
Huh?
Darling, you're here.
Don't you come near me, Clara Anderson. Now that I see you in a strong light, this boy could be telling the truth.
What?
Why, Aunt Prunella, you...
You keep away from me, too, you croaker, you.
Me? I'm in the furniture business.
I won't stay in this house one single second. I might have known you'd turn out this way, Clara Anderson.
Aunt Prunella,
As a child, you used to pour ink into the goldfish bowl so the poor things couldn't see where they were swimming.
But I was the one...
I'm getting out of here before I wind up a pot roast. Goodbye.
You know, Mrs. Anderson, it's possible I made some sort of a slight mistake.
You... I might have known. What did you do? Come on, tell me, what did you do?
Gosh, I didn't know she was your aunt, Mrs. Anderson. I just wanted to save your marriage because I'm Abigail Allen, and I saw the letter Mr. Anderson wrote, and I thought
Wait a second. Did you say the letter I wrote?
Sure. Aren't you bewildered?
That's putting it mildly. I don't know whether I'm...
Well, I know what this one is doing. He's going.
Now, wait, Mrs. Anderson. We can call her back and straighten the whole thing out. I told her there were bodies under the front lawn. Tomorrow she can dig up the lawn for herself, and naturally she won't find any bodies there.
Oh, she won't,
All right, so one puny little body.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste cleans teeth better than Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's safe polishing agent cleans teeth gently and thoroughly, brings out natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
See if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Extra, extra big, extra value, extra economy. Now you can buy Colgate Dental Cream in the new big economy size. Saves you money over any other leading toothpaste. Get the new economy size Colgate Dental Cream at your dealers, only 59 cents. With George Dooning in the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the lovely ballad, Until.
There are no stars to shine. There's no such thing as time. I love the view. Until there are no songs to sing, there's no such thing as spring. I love but you. You were sent from heaven just for me. And you are oh so heavenly. Until there is no moon above, there's no such thing as love. I love but you. You were sent from heaven just for me. And you are oh so heavenly. Until there is no moon above, there's no such thing as love. I love but you.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's Magic Blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benito Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy,
Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The final weeks of any college semester are crowded ones, and Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, has just put in a strenuous day at his office and returns home to number 1 faculty row and his wife Victoria with gratitude and relief.
Vicky, you home? I hope.
Oh, hello, Lamb. You sound tired.
Yes, your tired lamb has returned to the fold and about ready to.
Ready to what?
The fold.
Oh, well, collapse in your chair, darling, and tell me all about it.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not. That would require a recharging of my mental batteries, and at the moment I would away with thinking.
Which away? That away?
No. I'll put it this away. I devoutly hope that we have nothing on the calendar for this evening.
Not a thing. Louise is going out tonight to have a date alone with your wife.
A date alone with my wife to the exclusion of the rest of the world is a unique and happy event. And when I think of the schedule for the next 2 weeks...
Oh, I know. The faculty dinner Friday. And this weekend we have the president's reception. Hey, oh, yes, a week from tonight. Next Wednesday, the Wellmans are coming here for dinner.
Oh, yes. Now, why did I forget that? Freudian block, perhaps.
I made the date a month ago. The Wellmans are the kind of people you can't invite at the last minute. They always think the people you really wanted suddenly drop dead, and you only ask them out of desperation. Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, good evening, Louisa.
Is it all right now?
I wasn't aware that anything was wrong.
If I don't, the prices change.
Well, then by all means, do.
Thank you. And, Mrs. Hall, I cooked the chicken, but don't touch it. Well, at today's prices, I'm not surprised it's sensitive. I just don't know if I'm going to like it anyway, since she's changed the color of her hair.
Who, the chicken?
Well, she's almost old enough to be his mother. Is that all, Dr. Hall?
Oh, yes, I think that takes care of everything.
Oh, just a moment, Louisa, before you go. Is the cooked chicken for tomorrow night's dinner? That's what I said, Mrs. Hall. Oh. But you'll never get me to believe she's doing the same. Well, good night. Good night, Louisa. And Mrs. Hall, it's in the green one. But don't let it stand too long or it'll fall. That's eggs for you. Louisa, for you. How did you do, Toddy?
I thought you dropped more stitches than usual tonight. All I know is that I'm quite hungry, and the chicken is for tomorrow night. Now, by tomorrow, I'll have to be fed intravenously.
Oh, I'm sure that whatever is about to fall is in my new green casserole. It's probably one of her superb cheese soufflés.
Good. But what did she mean about the change in prices?
Well, I expect she was going to the movies. But who is it that's changed the color of her hair?
Oh, her name is Legion. Thanks to the amazing advances of our technological culture, my lady can now match her hair to her gloves, her purse, or her mood. Once found only on an automobile, the convertible top is now a mere matter of cosmetics. And the permanent, which is so ridiculously temporary, is one of the...
well, I expect Louise has forgotten her key. I'll get it, darling. But you go right ahead with your beauty shop lecture. And by the way, do you think you could fit me in tomorrow afternoon about 4:30 for a shampoo and finger wave?
Well, I don't know. Professor Heaslip's coming in for a manicure at 2. I'll have to look at my appointment book.
But, Mr. Merriweather, come in.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
How nice of you to call.
It's nice of you to say nice, ma'am, when we both know that this is an unholy hour for visiting.
Oh, Charles, come in. Glad to see you.
And sit down. You're just in time to hear Richard Hudnut Hall on the subject of modern makeup, or what foundation cream to use when building a foundation for a creamery.
No, Charles, I shall not subject you to my layman's opinions on such an esoteric aspect of American life.
Oh, esoteric maybe, but don't give your wife any lessons in lily gilding. That schoolgirl complexion needs no more schooling.
Oh.
She has graduated magna cum wolf whistle.
Now, Mr. Merriweather, that's what I call finesse in flattery.
Oh, not flattery, ma'am. Just honest, gasping admiration.
Charles, you are a gratifying relic left over from the age of gallantry. Unfortunately, the art of praise has been neglected in this hard-bitten, pungent period of ours, when compliments are reduced to such frightening phrases as slick chick, dreamboat, and hot shots.
You're gone, kid, real gone.
Well, I like to think of myself as a gallant character. In The Secret Life of Walter Mitty Merriweather, he sees himself in a scarlet cape and plumed hat on bended knee.
It's an odd place to wear a plumed hat.
Oh, I don't know. There's something so plebeian about a plain kneecap.
Now finish this revolting picture, Charles. I find it quite cloak and sordid.
Oh, yes, proceed, Sir Lancelot. Or go on, Gawain.
Don't encourage me, ma'am. I'm just a Lochinvar at heart and love laughs at Lochinvars of my age.
Oh.
But there's nothing romantic about my reason for dropping by this evening. Bill, does the name J.B. Radcliffe mean anything to you?
Radcliffe? Oh, yes, I think Mr. Wellman did mention him.
Well, I'll brief you briefly. Radcliffe is an Ivy alumnus who has been living for years in comparative obscurity until Clarence suddenly discovered he'd become a millionaire. Unhappily, Clarence was in my office a week ago when J.B. called to say he'd be going through Ivy tonight. Naturally, Clarence invited himself along for dinner.
Naturally, Clarence saw the handwriting on the endowment, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am. But Radcliffe is not what you might call enamored of Wellman. In fact, he thinks Clarence is a clunk. I tried to tell him what a fine man he was, how the Wellman ancestors were good Mayflower stock, how the Wellmans founded a certain city in New England, and Radcliffe said, "What city, Marblehead?" Yeah, that will give you an idea.
Well, is there anything I can do to alleviate the situation?
Send Mr. Wellman a telegram saying his soup factory's on fire. The Mulligatawny got too hot.
Yes, we might send it collect so he'd shoot the messenger boy and get arrested. No, we've got to gag Clarence somewhere.
Oh, better just let him run his course and hope for the best. After all, with a possible $1 million endowment in sight, he might be quite a graceful dinner companion.
He'll be too graceful. He'll butter Radcliffe like a breakfast bun. Now, believe me, I can get more folding money out of him with a few friendly insults than Clarence could extract with flattery, prayer, cajolery, and asking to see snapshots of his grandchildren. Well, it's my problem, kiddies. Wish me well.
Oh, we do, Mr. Merriweather. May the Radcliffe fountain pen run freely tonight.
Yes, and please let us know what success you have.
I shall. And if in a moment of mad sanity I stab Clarence with a lobster fork and they send me up the river, use your influence with the governor to get me a low number. Bye now. Goodbye, Charles.
You know how fond I am of Mr. Merriweather, darling, but I am glad that he and not us has Mr. Wellman on his hands for dinner tonight.
Dinner? Vicky, I'm starved. Lock the doors, barricade the windows, muffle the telephone, and let's have at the souffle.
Isn't it cozy, Toddy? Just you and me and lighted candles and a sink full of dishes. Want more coffee?
No, thank you, darling. I am surfeited, satisfied, replete, and full. I doubt if I can eat again until sometime late in August.
Well, you go in the other room and curl up with a chest problem, and I'll do the dishes.
We'll do the dishes.
No, my goodness. Only a few thousand of them, said she with a brave little smile.
Oh, very well,
but
if
you
don't
insist,
mind.
of course, here's an apron for you.
Apron? Well, haven't you something not quite so dressy? These ruffles, after all.
Well, they're very becoming to you. Turn around, I'll tie it up for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. I admit to a certain inability to tie a bow.
Oh, no, not visitors.
Well, I'll chase them away. I'll tell them Dr. Hall is not at home.
You just poke your head out of the door and say, your mother doesn't want any.
No, with this apron on, they'll think I'm my mother.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. Well, we're here.
Mr. Wellman.
Oh, I hope we're not late.
Oh, Mrs. Wellman.
Clarence and I have been looking forward to this evening.
Well, good evening. Come in.
Thank you.
I see the little woman has put you to work, Dr. Hall. Lending a helping hand in the kitchen?
Oh, no, Bunny. I think we have a treat in store for us tonight. I'll bet, Dr. Hall, that you're preparing the dinner yourself.
Dinner? Well,
yes, indeed. I put a ring around this date on my calendar. Dinner, June 11th. There's a little verse at the top of that calendar, too. Says, breaking of engagements is for the socially inept. An appointment is a promise, and the promise must be kept. I think that's a very... but where's Mrs. Hall?
Why, she's out in the kitchen.
Fixing up some little curlicues and doodads, huh? Well, that's for me. Always eat so many appetizers, never can eat any dinner. Host always has the roast left for Sunday night supper. Leftover Wellman, they call me. The man who came to dinner and couldn't eat any.
Well, perhaps I can help Mrs. Hall. I'll just trot out to the kitchen.
No, please. We only put our guests to work when there is something really difficult to do. You know, like fixing the plumbing or painting the... No, please sit down. No, I'll go and see what I can do to save the situation. I mean, to help. Well, make yourselves comfortable, won't you? I'll be with you in a moment.
Well, take your time, man. Take your time. Got all evening, you know.
Vicky.
Did you get rid of whoever it was?
Vicky, it's the Wellmans. They've come for dinner.
But they can't. I mean, it's next week. And besides, we've had dinner.
We'll have to eat another. They're all dressed up for the occasion.
But what we have? There's nothing in the... Oh, yes, there's Louisa's chicken. Well, if you can stall them, maybe I can sneak upstairs and get dressed.
Mr. Wellman obviously confused our invitation for next week with the Merriweather Radcliffe dinner tonight.
Then we've got to keep him here if I was going to get that endowment.
Yes, we'd better. I'm appalled at the prospect of another dinner, but, as Byron said, all history attests that happiness for man, the hungry sinner, since Eve ate apples, much depends on dinner.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Now to return to The Halls of Ivy. It's a few moments later, and Dr. and Mrs. Hall are in their kitchen feverishly trying to throw a dinner together for their unexpected guests, Mr. and Mrs. Wellman, who are sitting in the living room. Bertha Wellman is saying...
It's an old room, but really quite lovely, Bunny. Of course, I could never live with those drapes.
Why not? What's the matter with them?
Oh, they're much too busy.
Busy doing what? Well, just hanging there.
Well, I mean, Bunny, a quieter pattern. Oh, and I should think she'd have more flowers around. I've heard so much about her roses.
What's the matter with that clump on the piano? Very pretty.
Yes, but for a party. Bunny, what do you suppose has happened to their maid?
Don't know and don't care much. Can't understand her anyway. Always talks like she was skipping rope at the same time. Relax, Bertie. They probably let her off for the night to make it more intimate. Paul usually knows what he's doing, and...
Hello, Mr. Wellman.
How do you do, Mrs.
Wellman, I'm so sorry you've had to wait, but this has been one of those days when everything got mixed up.
Oh, I know just how that is, Mrs. Hall.
Yeah, and then something unexpected came up for our housekeeper, so I hope you won't mind having potluck.
Don't be modest, Mrs. Hall. We've been here before. We know all about what kind of a dinner you serve.
Here we are. Everything finally seems to be organized in the culinary department. I've a few hors d'oeuvres here that may help to assuage the pangs of hunger. Mrs. Wellman?
I thank you. Now, let me see. What's that intriguing little one there in the middle?
Oh, hors d'oeuvre like magic tricks. If you tell how they're done, everybody says, oh, for heaven's sake, anybody could do that.
I love them and don't care how they're made. I'd eat the cap off a beer bottle if it had a piece of cheese and a slice of olive on it. Visual appeal, I suppose. Now, in my soup advertising, I insist on full color. How can you sell beautiful tomato soup in black and white ads? Looks like a bowl of melted golf balls.
You know, I've always wondered why they're called hors d'oeuvres.
Well, it's from the French and means literally outside of the work.
Oh, how interesting.
You mean outside of work I hate hors d'oeuvres most?
No, Vicky, but the origin of the phrase is not generally known. It seems there was a pastry cook in the royal kitchens of Louis the Pious. His name was Gaston Flambeau, and his specialty was serving tremendous pastries which, when opened, reveal beautiful peasant girls with lutes.
Lutes? You mean lieutenants?
No, Bunny. A lute was a musical instrument.
Oh.
How did Gaston go from big pastries to hors d'oeuvres? Did he run out of peasant girls?
No. It was, it was all due to the famine of the year 823. You see, in desperation, the royal kitchens had to satisfy the royal appetite with reduced but tasty novelties. And Gaston Flambeau was so successful at utilizing leftovers that he was made a duke. Yes, this, of course, broke his spirit because his heart was in the kitchen. He spent his last years hanging about the scullery, muttering, hors d'oeuvre, out of work, out of work.
You see, Bertha, what they tell you. This man knows everything.
Oh, what a delightful bit of history.
Well, when better history is made, my boy will make it.
Thank you, my darling.
Why can't you ever remember little facts like that, Bunny?
Bunny?
well, you know, just a little nickname. We met on Easter.
Charming.
Yes, I saw her flying across the churchyard, and I call her Bertie.
Now, Clarence, you know the Halls aren't interested in hearing that old story.
Oh, on the contrary, Mrs. Wellman, I'm delighted to hear about such personal history.
Yes, Dr. Hall, I may be a bear as the chairman of the Board of Governors, but when the day is done, after office hours...
You're a lamb, Mr. Wellman.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Hall. Well, you too. Don't know what Dr. Hall would do without you. Charm, balance, common sense, and taste.
Taste? Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Wellman. That's a perfect cue. Dinner is served. Another cup of coffee, Mr. Wellman?
No, thank you. No, where was I? Oh, yes. It was in the spring of 1911 when George Usher...
No, Bunny. It was the fall of 1912. And it wasn't George. It was his cousin John. You see, Dr. Hall, John Usher was an old friend of my family. You remember the Ushers of North Platte, Nebraska?
Well, no, I don't believe them.
Oh, they were very prominent people. They had the largest sporting goods store in North Platte, and it was no time at all before Clarence became manager.
Bertie, will you let me tell it, please? You're getting it all backwards. Dr. Hall, I don't know whether I ever told you before, but I began my career by tying flies.
Flies? What'd you tie them to?
The art of tying flies is strictly piscatorial.
But what about the Humane Society? The idea of tying up little flies.
Trout flies, Mrs. Hall.
Well, trout fly makes it even worse. A house fly might not mind being tied up in the house, but a trout fly used to the great outdoors.
Mrs. Hall, these were artificial flies.
I don't think their social attitudes are important, Mr. Will. Maybe they just acted artificial.
Victoria, dear. They were imitation flies, made of silk and thread, used by fishermen as lures.
Yes, darling. Thank you. And now we're even for Gaston Flambeau. But now tell us, Mr. Wellman, what happened after your successful career as a tie flyer?
Try fly tyer, my dear.
As a try flyer. It doesn't sound right, does it, try flyer?
Let's try forgetting it. Excuse me. Dr. Hall speaking.
Hello, Bill. Merriweather.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merriweather.
I hope I didn't get you up.
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, we have company.
Oh, well, then I'll make this a short report. Radcliffe is in the bag. Gave me a whopping big check for Ivy. $750,000.
Oh.
And that ain't coleslaw, brother.
No, it's definitely more nourishing.
By the way, what do you suppose happened to Clarence? He never showed up.
Oh, it's been a delightful evening.
Whose evening?
Yes, the Wellmans were here for dinner, you know. As a matter of fact, we're just sitting around chatting.
Oh, thanks, Bill. I don't know how you did it, but tell me all about your devious tactics tomorrow. And now I give you back to Clarence and his birdie. Bye.
Bye, Charles.
Tell me, William, how is Mr. Merriweather feeling now?
Splendid, Victoria, just splendid.
Oh, has he been sick? That's too bad. He's such a nice man.
Sick? Nonsense. I just saw him this morning. Looked perfectly all right to me. As a matter of fact, we were supposed to be together. That is, I distinctly marked the calendar. I put the ring around the rosy. I mean, the date. I shouldn't be here. This is a trick.
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Wellman? Who would trick you, and for what?
Merriweather had dinner with Radcliffe tonight, didn't he?
Well, yes, Mr. Wellman, he did mention something.
Mention? That's where I was supposed to be, but you made me make a mistake. That is, you misled. I thought I got my mixed. That is, my dates. I was sure. What happened?
You came here to dinner tonight, Mr. Wellman, remember?
Oh, you mean you weren't expecting us until next Wednesday? Oh, how dreadful of us, Mrs. Holmes.
Oh, not at all, Mr.
Why,
Wellman.
Bernie, how could you?
Me? What did I do? I suppose
Well, Mr. Wellman, you were so emphatic about the fact that you had ringed this date that we thought perhaps we were the ones who had made the mistake.
Don't you try to crawl out of it now, Dr. Hall. You didn't make any mistake. I did. All I want to know is, why did you let me do it? You knew Merriweather and Radcliffe were expecting me. You knew I had no business being here. So why didn't you throw me out? Why, Dr. Hall? Why?
I enjoyed myself thoroughly tonight, Toddy, despite all that panic and mix-up. And incidentally, darling, was the dinner too bad?
Which dinner? The one we ate or the one the Wellmans ate?
Oh, excuse me.
Hello, Louisa.
You two still up?
Did you have a nice evening?
I don't know why I bothered. I couldn't see any difference in her hair at all. Oh, that's too bad after all. You're worrying. It wasn't in Technicolor, so how could you tell? Well, I'm all done in. Good night.
Good night, Louisa.
Yeah, darling, you know, I'm kind of done in myself.
Yes, our nice quiet evening. But it was well spent, Vicky. And may I say that you came through in the crisis magnificently.
Well, you know me, quick study, and if you haven't got a script, you have to ad-lib. Excuse me, Mrs. Hall. What happened to the chicken? Oh, Louisa, we forgot to tell you, we had it for dinner. But the souffle, that's gone too.
Well, we had two dinners, Louisa.
Were you that hungry, Dr. Hall? No, but our guests were. Well, it's not that I mind, but the chicken was for tomorrow night.
Yes, we know, but you may sleep tonight in the happy knowledge that your chicken may be listed with man's other feathered friends of history.
Such as which?
Well, such as the seagulls, which saved the Mormon crops in Utah. The ravens, which fed Elijah. The geese, whose cackling warned an ancient city of an impending invasion.
What about my chicken? Yes, darling, tie that fly. Connect it historically.
Well, Louisa, having your chicken on hand tonight made it possible for us to feed Mr. and Mrs. Wellman, thus setting Mr. Merriweather free to catch a benevolent goose which laid this college a golden egg.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. Louisa is played by Elizabeth Patterson, Mr. Wellman is Herbert Butterfield, Mr. Merriweather is Gail Gordon, and Mrs. Wellman is Sarah Selby. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
We far, far away to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell and shimmer off in twilight like the old
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Is late in coming to Mel Blanc's little town, and young lovers are taking advantage of the good weather by occupying lonely park benches. On a bench in one secluded spot of the park, Mary Jones is saying to her boyfriend,
Tom, here comes a policeman. You better take your arm down.
And in another secluded spot, Shirley Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Bob, here comes a policeman. Better stop kissing me.
And in another dimly lit spot where Betty Colby is sitting with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
Mel, here comes a policeman. Better stop feeding the squirrels.
Well, the evening progressed, time passed, and once again Betty spoke.
Oh, Mel, can't you be more romantic?
Oh, I'm sorry, Betty. May I hold your hand?
Of course.
May I put my arm around you?
Uh-huh.
May I kiss you?
But, Mel...
Oh. Pardon me, officer. Do you mind getting up so I can sit next to my girl? Thanks.
You can kiss me now, Mel. Well?
Officer, haven't you got any place to go?
No, I don't have to check in till 9 o'clock.
Well, come on, Betty. Let's walk back to the fix-it shop.
Oh, what a way to spend an evening. I should have listened to my father and gone out with Willie Murdoch tonight.
Oh, Betty, let's not argue now. You look so beautiful tonight.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Just like the cover girl on this month's Hardware Journal.
That's sweet.
Miss Pressure Cooker of 1947. Hey, look, Betty, I'm going to show your father who's better, Willie or me. Tomorrow night, I'm going to really take you out. I'll show you the best time you ever had.
That's wonderful, Mel.
First, I'll take you to dinner. You'll eat and eat and eat until you'll never be able to look at another Frankfurter.
So that's your idea of a good time, Mel Blanc. No wonder Father likes Willie better. In fact, Father may announce our engagement any day.
What? Oh, we can't do that. Betty, we'll elope.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, no. No, that's terrible. I just remembered his new shotgun.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. You know Father never shoots anything but blank.
That's what I'm worried about.
You are a coward. You just haven't any courage.
Well, you're right, Betty. I can't figure it out. I'm such a good actor, and when I act like a tough guy, I'm really tough. Why can't I be like that all the time?
Oh, you can't even act tough.
Oh, no? Listen to this. Okay, copper. This is it, see? I'm going to let you have it, see? You got a minute to live, see? Officer, why must you keep following us around like this?
I just want to be sure this young lady got you home all right. So long, O'Brien.
O'Brien. You see, Betty, he thought I was Pat.
No, Margaret.
Well, there's your fix-it shop, Mel. I'm going home now. What about the elopement?
Well, listen, Betty. We're eloping at 12 midnight, see? You'll be ready, and I'll bring the gat, see?
The gat?
Yeah, the stepladder. Well, so long, Betty, see?
So long, Mel. I'll be ready.
Okay, Betty, see? Look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Step up and... Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. How are you tonight?
Blank, you were out with my daughter Betty tonight, weren't you?
Oh, how did you know, Mr. Colby?
As soon as she came home, she went to the kitchen and made herself a sandwich.
Gosh, no wonder Betty told me to stop feeding those squirrels. I didn't know she was hungry.
Now listen, you nincompoop. I told you to stay away from my daughter. You don't seem to be getting the idea. Maybe you'll get it better if I mop up the floor with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Mr. Colby.
Oh, you mean you get the idea?
No, I mopped up the floor this morning.
Oh. Now, see here, Mel. Just stay away from the house, and that's all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't try to call, either.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't send any letters.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't keep saying, yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Blank, you have no courage. You're nothing but a jam fish. Jelly's too good for you. Why didn't you talk up to him? Why didn't you say, listen, Mr. Colby, I'm not afraid of you, see? I'm tougher than you are, see? And what am I talking about? He's liable to kill me. Gosh, I'm afraid to elope tonight. What am I going to do? I know. Ozuki!
What do you want, Mel?
Look, Zuki, I'm supposed to elope with Betty at midnight tonight. I want you to go over and tell her I won't be there. Now you take the stepladder and you put it up.
Gee, this is romantic. Just like Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet. And now I'll put the ladder up against the house and I'll climb up. Gosh, it's dark. Now I'll open the window.
Mel, darling, you're here. Kiss me. Zuki, it's you.
But thanks anyway.
Where's Mel?
Well, he said to tell you he
can't come.
That's it.
But why?
Betty, what's going on up there?
Oh, it's Father.
Zuki, is that you?
Yeah.
What are you doing up on that ladder.
Oh, I'm at painting the house.
Get down here this minute. There. Zuki, did Mel Blanc send you here?
Well, yeah, he was supposed to elope with Betty, but he was afraid to come.
Ah, so that's it. You tell him if I ever see him around here again, I'll break every bone in his body.
Oh, okay, Mr. Colby. Gee, poor Mel. For 5 years he's been wanting to marry Betty. He'll never get me. He'll never get me. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
The ship of love becomes a wreck when the breath of trouble climbs on deck. Yes, that little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is fatal to romance. That's why it's so important to use Colgate tooth powder regularly. You see, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. So follow this rule. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Old Buttermilk Sky.
Old buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's a good word tonight? Are you gonna be Mel tonight? Old buttermilk sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop her the question, that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm telling you why, now you know. Keep it in mind tonight, keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, buttermilk sky,
don't you fail me when I'm needing you most.
Hang a moon above her hitching post, hitch me to the one I love. I'm gonna hitch me to the one I love, 'cause you're the one gal that I'm dreaming of. You can if you try. Don't tell me no lie, couldn't fit if you try. Will you be mellow and bright tonight? Buttermilk sky.
Mel was too frightened to elope with his girl Betty last night, so he sent his assistant Zuki over in his place. Betty's father, Mr. Colby, caught Zuki, and now Mel really is in trouble. But the wonderful thing about Mel is that no matter how trouble piles up on him, he can always concentrate on his work in the fix-it shop. Right now, his clear-thinking brain and nimble fingers are meticulously probing at the inner workings of a Swiss timepiece.
Gosh, I wonder why I haven't heard from Betty. She must hate me.
Swiftly, with experienced fingers, he finds the root of the trouble.
If I only had enough courage, I'd go to Betty's father, and I'd...
Now he gently taps into place the delicate movement of this precision watch.
Now it's working fine. Let's see now. What else was I? Uh-oh. that lady killer, Willie Murdoch, the new manager of Mr. Colby's market.
Hi there, Blank. I just came by to tell you that Mr. Colby says he's going to break every bone in your body if you come near the house.
Oh, yeah? Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc, you coward.
But
Father has me locked in the house, and if you don't come here at midnight tonight to get me out, I'll never talk to you again.
But
You better be there. Goodbye.
Who was that? But Bet.
Oh, Betty. Well, I gotta go now, Blank. And remember, stay away from that house.
Listen, Murdoch, I'm not afraid of Colby, see? Tell him I'm getting tough, see? Tell him what I sound like, see? See? What do I sound like, see?
Like a Mexican saying yes. Oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, your lodge president. So long.
So long.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga. Well, how are things at your house?
Wonderful, Mel, wonderful. Nothing like home life. I got the sweetest, most charming little woman in the world.
Mr. Cushing, I never heard you talk like that about your wife.
What wife? I just got a new maid. What a change it's brought, Mel. The three of us working together, hand in hand.
Hand in hand?
Yes, my wife gave me the back of her hand, but she found my hand in the maid's hand. What a woman. Ha! Mel, I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money.
Well, you're not the first man to get into trouble on account of money, Mr. Cushing. Money is the root of all evil.
Yes, Mel, and my wife has such big, fat roots. All she does is accumulate money, buying bonds, clipping coupons, making deposits, burying money.
Well, what's the good of it? She can't take it with her.
I know. She's sending it on ahead. Well, the only consolation I have is that when she does get there, her check won't be worth the asbestos it's written on. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what
You think you got troubles, Mr. Cushing? I want to get married to Betty, and Mr. Colby won't let me.
Best friends you ever had.
Oh, but I really want to get married. Besides, if I don't, my rival, Willie Murdoch, will marry her.
Willie will marry Betty?
Yeah.
Best friends you ever had. Mel, I'm going to give you my last word of advice. Take this from a man who knows. Before marriage, everything is wonderful. Strawberries and cream.
And after the marriage?
Hives.
Well, I don't care. I got a trunk full of calamine lotion. My trouble is getting up enough courage to elope with my girl tonight.
What's the matter, afraid?
Yeah. I can't figure myself out. When I act like a tough guy, I'm so tough. If I could only get that actor to become the real me, then I could go up there and elope.
Mel, I know just the man for you to see. Dr. Robert Reamer, a psychiatrist. He'll bring out the tough guy in you.
Well, how come he didn't do it for you?
My wife got to him first. Now, here's his card, Mel. I believe he charges $25 a visit. Well, so long, Brother Zebra.
Oh, so long, mighty potentate. Ugga boo boo. $25. Ugga. So you see, Doc, Mr. Colby said if I ever came near the house again, he'd break every bone in my body.
Mr. Blank, from what you've told me, I can see that you are reacting neurotically to a normal situation. In other words, you lack the courage to go through with an elopement.
In other words, Doc, I'm too young to die.
Now I'm going to show you a series of ink blots. No doubt you've seen the picture, the dark mirror, in which Lou Ayres shows ink blots to Olivia de Havilland in order to determine her sanity, inasmuch as she plays the part of twins and is involved in the murder case.
Look, Doc, I came here to be examined, not to see a preview.
Now. Here is the first of the ink blots. What does this remind you of?
A leaky fountain pen.
No. Now, look at this blot.
That looks like a sardine stain on a breadcrumb surrounded by buttermilk.
Oh, excuse me. I'm showing you the piece of paper I had my lunch on. Well,
We'll try word association. Now, I'll mention a word, and you say the first thing that comes into your head. Red.
Green.
Stop.
Go.
Apartment.
I'll take it.
We'd better attempt to delve into your childhood experiences. Lie back. Think. Go back. Back. How far back are you?
Oh,
fine.
Okay, Doc. Doc, snap out of it!
We went too far back. Mr. Blank, I know just what your trouble is. Frustration neurosis. However, you have to be at your elopement by 12 tonight, so we'd better go now.
Oh, but Dr. Reamer, I'm scared.
Don't you worry. I'll accompany you to the Colby house, and by the time we get there, you'll be dominated completely by the actor in you. Now, the first thing to do... Got it straight, Mr. Blank?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, Betty, come on down, see?
Mel, quiet. Father will hear you.
Who cares? Let's go, see? Betty, come on down this minute, see?
Mel Blanc, I didn't think you'd have nerve enough, but this is the end. I've stood enough. I'm not talking anymore, and now I'm gonna...
Quiet, Johnny L. Lewis. Come on, Betty, let's go, see?
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone.
Just a second, everybody. I'm Dr. Reamer. I can see you all need some personality adjustment. Quiet, Mr. Colby. Now, if you'll accompany me into the house, I think I can quickly straighten this thing out. I think our talk has been most beneficial.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
If you're looking for romance, be very sure that no little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, will come between you and your heart's desire. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, night and morning and before every date. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. As for cleaning, no dentifrice at any price will clean your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS. Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with the international favorite Miss Gracie Fields, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey giving out with a great big you're welcome for Texaco dealers coast to coast. And welcome to all the skilled help your Texaco dealer can give to keep your car delivering essential transportation. Right now, with winter coming on, that help's more important than ever. Take your car around to your Texaco dealer and get it set for cold weather. With insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine, the right grade of Texaco gear lubricant, a Marfac chassis job from stem to stern, and a high-quality antifreeze in the radiator, your car's ready to take the toughest treatment cold weather can hand out. See your Texaco dealer first thing tomorrow. Make him your car warden. Let him help you care for your car, for your country. Well, folks, we're all having our troubles getting coffee, meat, and fuel, and tonight we bring you a commodity you get too much of, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, I just found this on the floor. That's the worst of conjunctions. You see, a butt is apt to fall out of the script any time, and you have to pick it up. Pure conjunction in the script. Well, Arthur, what have you been up to all week?
Oh, nothing much, Fred. I registered my tires, and I re-registered for gasoline.
Good for you.
And I got so many stickers on my car now, my windshield looks like Mrs. Roosevelt's suitcase.
A friend of mine lost his A card, Arthur. He couldn't drive his car, so he brought it into the parlor and jacked it up.
In the parlor? Why didn't he put the car in his garage?
Well, he's still using the cigarette lighter and the radio in the car, Arthur. And speaking of the radio, did you hear Mr. Benny's program tonight?
No, Fred, no. What happened?
Well, you tell me. As usual, Don Wilson's commercial stole the show, Arthur. Benny was broadcasting from Terminal Island out in California tonight. You know, terminal, I looked it up in the dictionary, terminal means end. So Benny has finally reached the end tonight. Dorothy Lamour was on the show, too, Arthur. After being in the road to Mandalay, the road to Zanzibar, and the road to Morocco, Dorothy must have felt as though she was up an alley to get on that road. But the thing went along that way. Benny sang White Christmas. He's the only man in the world who can sing White Christmas in Technicolor. White Christmas was blue note. But in the middle of the program, when Dorothy Lamour came in, Benny said, "It's really her. It's really her." And you see, I'm from Boston, Arthur. When I heard that grammatical error, I fainted and missed the rest of the program. But enough about the old Fumpet, Arthur. Let's turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. The Board of War Communications issues order prohibiting all telegraphic greetings this Christmas except to soldiers and sailors in the expeditionary forces. The BWC further rules...
All New Year, Easter, Father's Day, Mother's Day, wedding anniversary, and birthday greetings must be discontinued.
Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a group of workers directly affected by the new telegram ruling. First, Mr. Chilton Chowder. You are a telegraph employee, Mr. Chowder?
An ex-employee.
Oh, an ex-employee.
I was vice president in charge of kiddygrams.
Oh, I see.
I've been composing kiddygrams for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote the first kiddygram to be sent over the wire.
The first kiddygram?
Yes.
Well, how did the first kiddygram go, Mr. Chowder?
Kitty, kitty, ogle, goo. Gurgle, gurgle, glub, glub, boo. Dad and Mother say to you, da-da, diddums, a-goo, a-goo.
Well, now that kiddygrams are through, is your career ended?
No, I've got a job in radio.
Oh, really? In radio? Doing the same kind of work?
Yes, I'm a gag man for Baby Snook.
Oh, I see. Well, Baby Snooks can probably use a change, and thank you, Chilton Chowder. A young lady messenger who was happy about the new ruling was Miss Tallulah Trudge.
What us messengers has been going through is nobody's business.
Running errands, you mean, to Lou?
We've been minding babies, lugging Bon Voyage baskets, shoeing horses, walking dogs.
Well, you messengers walk dogs, do you?
One old dame phones for me every day to take out her dog. It's a Pomeranian.
A Pomeranian, huh? You exercise the pup, do you?
The dog's so old it can't walk. I gotta grease its stomach and drag it around the block.
You drag the dog, you say?
Yeah, and every noon I gotta take the Pomeranian to a delicatessen.
Oh, really? Well, what does he eat?
He makes his own decisions.
The dog orders its own food?
I hold up the mutt and move him along the meat counter.
Yeah?
When he sees something he likes, he drools.
And?
Well, I buy half a pound, then I drag the Pomeranian and the meat back to the old lady.
And then?
Well, the dog's so old he ain't got no teeth.
So?
Before he can eat, I gotta chew his meat for him.
And then you're finished?
Finished nothing. When the dog gets through with the meat,
yeah?
I gotta take the bone up to Central Park and bury it.
That is Western Union Service. It's a dog's life, and thank you, Tallulah Trust. And now two messenger boys.
We're Slim and Sam. For 8 years, we sang Singin' Singagrams.
Oh, singing messenger boys, sir. And this new ruling has put you fellas out of work?
No, we got one more telegram to deliver.
Well, what is your vocal farewell, boys?
Happy birthday, Marshal Rommel. A cake we'd like to thank you. We'll give you greetings just as soon as we can overtake you. Signed, Ike Eisenhower.
Well rendered, and thank you, Slim and Sam. Well, I guess that takes care of...
Old George Ives, old Sonny Jim, Falstaff's here to flaunt his whim.
Now, Openshaw, you're not here again with more of those soggy poems.
Have you heard, there we were making merry, she sipped her frosty, I munched my cherry?
No, I haven't heard.
Or, when I put the turtle in her girdle, that's what broke up me and Myrtle?
No, I haven't heard that either.
Please don't interrupt, Judge. Let my mother finish her sentence.
Now, wait a minute. Too far. You cad, you compound bore. Tonight we are talking about the restrictions on telegrams.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is it called?
Mother's Day won't be the same.
Well, how does it go?
Mother's Day won't be the same without a mothergram. A message fraught with sentiment, sincerity, not sham. I remember blank 6-1 with forget-me-nots in blue and 10 words to tell you, Mother dear, my thoughts are just of you. Some years I sent Mom Form 8B. It read, Mother, you're old and gray, but happy, joyous wishes, Mother, for this is Mother's Day. No, Mother's Day won't be the same. My Mom is going to effect. For each year I send Mother her mothergram, and I always send it collect.
Well, thank you. Here is Arthur Godfrey with a telegram that hasn't been restricted. It's from Uncle Sam, isn't it, Arthur?
Yes, Fred. Uncle Sam's gone into the tire business. He's going to buy every idle tire in the country.
Well, what are idle tires, Arthur?
Well, you see, you're entitled to 5 tires to a passenger car, Fred.
Uh-huh.
If you've got more than that, they're idle tires. And they must be sold to our government before December 1st. And remember, that's the only place you can sell them. You'll be paid OPA ceiling prices for your idle tires, and Uncle Sam will ration them out to essential users.
Well, what happens if you don't sell your idle tires to Uncle Sam?
That man with the whiskers ain't fooling, Fred.
Not kidding.
If you've got extra tires and don't sell them, you won't be able to buy any gasoline. Because everybody's got to file a tire record with his local rationing board, showing how many tires he has and their serial numbers.
Well, how do you sell your idle tires to the government, Arthur?
If you've got more than 5 tires to a passenger car, Fred, Uncle Sam wants you to keep the 5 best for your own use. So go to your Texaco dealer and have him select the 5 that'll give you the longest service. You keep those.
Uh-huh.
Then you call your local office of the Railway Express. The Railway Express will deliver your idle tires to the government appraiser without charge to you. And you will receive a check for them, or war stamps if you prefer, by mail. This is a must from Uncle Sam, ladies and gentlemen. If you have more than 5 tires to a passenger car, you must sell those idle tires to our government before December 1st. Don't put it off. And for further information and for help in selecting your 5 best tires, see your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Goodman finally completed a number tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It was You're a Grand Old Flag, and that about takes care...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, really.
Allen!
Now, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, Portland. What is this?
Well, I'm leading a cheer for you.
A cheer?
Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute. Stop that sissing. You may start a trend in here with that sissing. What inspires these stadium antics, ce soir?
Mama and I saw the Yale Princeton football game yesterday.
Really? Did you do any rooting?
Yes. Mama and I cheered for Yale. We have one of their locks.
It's not the same people, Portland. These people have another business. They raise ivy up in New Haven, the Yale. Yale has a much better team this year, you know. Last fall, the football team was so bad, Yale changed its name from Old Eli to Eli. Say, I wish I had been in that game yesterday.
Oh, did you ever play football?
Oh, on our high school team years ago, the High School of Commerce up in Boston, I was left swayback for 2 seasons there. I had a chance to play with Fordham, but someone found out you could pronounce my name, so the deal fell through. I didn't have a ski on the end of it to take off for cold weather. But enough about football. Our guest is on the 2-yard line.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, you'll know in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet one of the world's foremost entertainers, a charming lady who is here on a Lend-Lease arrangement with Great Britain. Meet Miss Gracie Field. Before we start, Gracie, these flowers just arrived, and they're for you.
Thank you, Fred. It's very sweet of you.
Well, I didn't send them, Gracie. There's a card here. I'll see what it says on the card. It says, "To the one and only Gracie Fields, in appreciation of all you have done for the British Empire." And it's signed all of your friends in Canada and also our Canadian sponsors, the McCall Frontenac Oil Company, Gracie. Those are for you.
That's very nice, Fred. The folks in Canada have always been very kind to me.
Yes, if I get that many flowers when I die, I'll be surprised, Gracie. But I'll take these home for you after the program. Where are you stopping?
I've got digs over on Park Avenue.
Digs on Park Avenue?
It's a big cement bungalow. Some family called Waldorf runs it.
Well, you'd better take the flowers home, Gracie. I can't get in the Waldorf.
Well, you mean the Waldorf is too swanky?
Oh, you can't get in the Waldorf unless you have caviar on your breath. Just stop at the door. Why, I hung around the door of the Waldorf all 1 week hoping there would be an air raid drill so somebody would push me in the lobby, but it was no good.
Well, don't worry about the flowers, Fred. I'll take them home myself.
Fine. I know you've given a lot of shows at army camps in England, Canada, and the United States, Gracie. Tell me, did you entertain many of our American soldiers in England?
Yes, Fred. I've met hundreds of boys from the United States and Brooklyn.
Well, Brooklyn is a part of the United States, Gracie.
That's funny. The boys I spoke to gave me the impression that Brooklyn was a kingdom.
Well, Brooklyn isn't really a kingdom, but a lot of people have been crowned over there. Tell me, how are the boys getting along back home?
Oh, fine, Fred. I think a lot of Brooklyn families are going to be surprised when their boys come home with a British accent.
No. No, Gracie. If the Brooklyn boys stay over in England long enough, Mr. Churchill will get up in Parliament someday to talk about the Axis and say, "We'll murder them bums." But speaking of slang, Gracie, do you have any trouble with our idiom?
No, Fred. When I told some of the American soldiers I was coming over here, they taught me all your slang.
Oh, good. You know all of the words then, huh?
Oh, yes. If I want to impress people, all I have to say is, "Don't kid me, big boy. I'm a jerk."
That's to impress people, you say that.
You said it, brother. I'm hip. What's broiling?
Why, you are as sharp as the end of a roundhouse, Gracie. You have certainly mastered our slang.
There's only one thing bothers me, Fred. It's your jittermugs.
No, it's not mugs. It's jitterbugs, Gracie. Have the jitterbugs annoyed you any?
Well, the night I was on Rudy Valley's program, right in the middle of my song, some jitterbug shouted, "Swing it!"
Yes, swing it. That's a common expression.
Swing what?
Well, Gracie, that is entirely up to you. Tell me, is vaudeville coming back in England the way it is in this country?
Vaudeville will never it never really died in England, Fred. Audiences at home are loyal to their old favorites.
I know that.
Have you ever played in London, Fred?
Yes, Gracie, but that was 50 years ago. Long before your time.
Are you kidding?
Why, Gracie, the bloom of youth is on your cheek.
If it is, it's my second childhood.
Well, let's praise the Lord and pass your inhibitions, Gracie. I want to ask you about English audiences. You know, one thing puzzled me when I was over there.
What was it, Fred?
Well, every time I finished my act, instead of applauding, the people always sang East Side, West Side. Why was that?
Audiences in England are very polite, Fred.
Oh, I see.
They wouldn't come right out and say, "Why don't you go back where you came from?"
That is why they sang East Side, West Side?
Yes, they were trying to make you homesick.
So that's what it was. Well, those were happy days, eating fish when I was in the chips. I had a good time over there, Gracie.
I'm going back to England soon, Fred. I'll tell them.
Good. Someday I think I'll get my old vaudeville act together again and go back to London.
Not now, Fred.
Why not?
London can take it, but there's a limit.
Well, that's done it, Gracie. Now, how about doing a favor for me? How about a song?
Would you like to hear I never cried so much in all my life?
I certainly would. Mr. Goodman, if you will.
Joe took me to the movies the other evening. It was fine. They called it The Betrayal, and the acting was divine. It's the best film that they've had for years round at the Hippodrome, and it's a good job I took my handkerchief with me when I left home. Oh, it was a lovely picture, and I did enjoy it so. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. When the villain seized the maiden, everybody shouted, "Oh! Oh, I never cried so much in all my life." He told her that he'd wed her, then enticed her on his yacht. Then he got her tied up in a proper sailor's knot. Then he kissed her twice, the dirty dog, upon her beauty spot. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. It takes a lot to make me cry, but oh dear, when I start and think of what that girl went through, I'm like a water cart. I see her eyes, I hear her voice at night when I'm in bed, and here's a scene I'll never get out of my head. As she faced the blinding snowstorm and came trudging through the town, oh, I never cried so much in all my life. Oh, and when I saw her carrying her baby upside down, oh, I never cried so much in all my life. She lingered near the Rose and Crown. The wind was howling wild. When up the village street there came the father of her child. So she tapped him for a tanner for a pint of old and mild. Oh, I never cried so much in all my
See, that was very nice. Your song was very nice, Gracie. I'm sorry we haven't time to let you do an encore, but if there is anything I can do for you...
Well, there is, Fred. I've often wondered how some of your American radio programs would sound if they were done in England.
Well, tonight's your night, Gracie. We'll show you. If you heard that popular quiz show, Take It or Leave It in London, it would probably sound something like this.
This is the Westminster Wireless System. The correct time is Tuesday. And now we present London's favorite quiz, the program that made the 64-shilling question famous. Accept it or pip off. And here is your genius quizmaster, Philbert Allen.
Thank you. And welcome to Accept It or Pip Off. Our first contestant is your name, sir?
Rodney Charteris III.
Right, you are, Rodney, old muffin. And what would you like to converse about, Rodney?
Well, I think I should enjoy discussing higher geometrical calculus.
Higher geometrical calculus, right, too. And your first interrogation for 1 shilling is, Rodney, how do you spell calculus?
Let's see, calculus.
Calculus. Calculus.
K-A-L-K-U.
Calcu.
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 L-O-U-S-A. Calculus.
I'm sorry, Rodney. You funked it, old boy. You funked it. You might have done better on We the Moron. Our next contestant, a lovely lady from Upper Hampton East, Miss Gracie Fields. What would you like to chit-chat about, Gracie?
I think I'll talk about music.
Right you are. And your first question for 1 shilling is, what instrument is this?
It's a piano.
Right you are. Now you have 1 shilling. Will you pip off or try for 2 shillings?
I'll try.
Very good. For 2 shillings, why does the piano have 3 pedals on it?
So the installment collector can get a better hold on the piano when he takes it away.
Right you are. Your next question for 4 shillings. Will you pip off or try again, Gracie?
I'll risk it.
Very good. What violin player has never appeared in Carnegie Hall?
Yasha Benny.
Yasha Benny. Now for 8 shillings.
I'll have a go at it.
You regret it.
Quiet. All right, Gracie. For 8 shillings, why was the lost chord never found?
Because nobody ever advertised for it.
Right you are. Now you have 8 shillings. You can pip off, or try for 16.
I'll try.
Righto. Your next question, when Annie Laurie died, what key did she die in?
The key of D. Annie said, I'll lay me down in D.
D is correct. You have 16 shillings, old girl.
I'll try for 32.
You regret it.
Quiet, please. Well, here we go, Gracie, for 32 shillings. What song has a note in it, and the note is not in the musical scale?
The Purest Faith.
Right you are. Now, you can tip off with your 32 shillings.
I'll try for 64.
64. Quiet, you. Now, for 64 shillings, no assistance from the audience, please. That huckster preferred there. Gracie, tell me, what is the exemption theme song of any local draft board?
Rubinstein's Melody in 4X.
Right you are. Here is your 64 shillings. Accept it or pip off. Well, is there anything else you'd like to hear, Gracie?
Yes, I wonder how those little commercial jingles would sound in London.
Oh, I imagine they'd sound something like this, Gracie. Meet Orville's horseradish singer.
Orville's horseradish, it's the spot. Comes in the handy 2-pound pot. It's divine on bloaters and kidneys too. Orville's horse is the radish for you. A shilling.
You see, Gracie, any of our radio shows would sound just about the same in London.
But there's one radio program you couldn't do in England.
Which one?
Gangbusters.
Oh, don't be silly, Gracie. Gangbusters would probably come out something like this.
Crispy Crumpets presents Mob Bursters. Tonight's guest flute is the famous detective, Sir Leslie Allen of Scotland Yard. Sir Leslie Allen.
Thank you. Tonight's story is the true tale of the Fleet Street bank robbery and how the infamous blighter, Bad Bertie, London's worst bank robber, was apprehended.
However did you get on his trail, Sir Leslie?
One night I was sitting in my Scotland Yard office, stroking me bloodhound, mind you, when a police call came in over my short wave set.
Calling Scotland Yard. Fleet Street Bank has been robbed.
As soon as I got the call, I leaped on my velocipede, pedaled away like the very wind. When I got to the Fleet Street Bank, mark you, Bad Bertie was emerging with the swag in one hand and a pistol in the other.
Oh, heavens, what did you do, Sir Leslie?
I shouted here, "No, you don't, Bad Bertie, no, you don't."
What happened?
He did.
Blimey, Sir Leslie, what transpired?
The blighter shot me twice in the Inverness, once through the gaiters, and got away.
You lost him?
A stool squab told me he was hiding out on Baker Street. I combed Baker Street from door to door.
Yes?
I'm Sir Leslie Allen.
We don't want any.
I'll try the next door.
Yes?
Is Bad Bertie in here?
Not likely. This is the YWCA.
I shall try here.
Yes?
Who lives here?
Nobody. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Well, there's one more house here on front here.
Sir Leslie Allen of Scotland Yard.
Dowdy Dora, Bad Bertie's gun mall.
Bad Bertie ain't here, Sir Leslie.
You haven't got two-edged Dowdy Dora. There's 2 teacups set on the table. The jig is up, Bad Bertie. Come out.
Right you are, Governor. I was hiding behind this empty Macassar.
I apprehend you, Bad Bertie, for the robbery of the Fleet Street Bank.
You got me wrong, Sir Leslie. I'll admit I broke in, but I wasn't robbing the blasted bank.
Not robbing?
No, I was putting money back.
Putting money back? Why, old boy?
It's the new $25,000 ceiling.
How do you mean?
I stole $30,000. I had to break into the bank to put $5,000 back.
Right you are. Well, how do you think our programs would work out in England, Gracie?
I'd rather not be quoted, Fred. Good night.
Good night, and I thank you, Gracie, dear. Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be the new Metropolitan Opera star, James Melton. And now, Arthur, if you have a P.S.
I have nothing to say, Fred, but if your car could talk, it would say, brrr, cold weather's coming. Take me around to a Texaco dealer and get me ready now.
Well, thank you for the warning, Arthur. This is Fred Allen, speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to this station for the comedy quiz show, Take It or Leave It, starring Phil Baker. In half an hour at 10:30 Eastern Wartime, listen to Columbia's famous program of dramatized news, Report to the Nation. Tonight, this show brings you an authentic account of actual conditions inside Nazi Germany today, and a special talk by former President Herbert Hoover. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York, 880 on